C'è? Sì. Buongiorno.
Good morning. Welcome. Welcome to Iuav. I would like to thank the university. Thank you for hosting us today. And then I would like to thank curator and Iuav professor who will make a speech, the institutional greetings. We were waiting for the rector. Maybe he will come. So this is the second part of In Shaping In. The first one took place some days ago at the Triennale of Milan. But why this title? Well, to close the Triennale of Milan with inequalities curated by Stefano Boeri and Nina Pastoli and many other curators, well, we played with the word inequalities in. So to end the Biennale of Venice, we have the other in, and in the middle of it, there's shaping. So to mold something, to shape something in Milan. This is a symposium made up of two parts. There would be also an international part in Braga, DST group in Portugal. We will talk about it later. So it was a pleasure to have had here with us at this symposium, at this meeting, at this conference, which crosses various disciplines. We had Stefano Boeri, Gino Zucchi, Francesco Facci, Luca Trevisani, Camilla Chamarro. She's here with us representing Norma Foster Foundation, and then the visionaries, José Teixeira, Nina Bassoli, Simon Bélanger, and Emanuele Montibella. He is here with us today. Thank you very much, Manuel. Where are you? So the keywords are outlining, building, dwelling, and shaping. Camilla Donantoni is the curator and architect. She's PhD in architectural and urban composition. She has an international master in architecture, archaeology, museography, strategic protection, and innovative management of archaeological areas. She's currently a contract professor at the University of Palermo Department of Architecture, as well as the MSA, the Musa School of Architecture in Germany. Besides curating exhibitions and design workshops, she's a member of the jury for the Premio Universitario Piranesi, Prix de Rome. She's part of Core Architectus based in Porto. She works with architecture for archaeology, museum setups and installations, and sometimes she makes other international architects wait for her at the meeting, such as Salvador Siza. So the floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you everybody for being here today. So we're extremely happy to be able to give a follow-up of the first day of symposium that took place in Milan. Actually, there we sent to the speakers and guests an abstract. So this is the topic of the day and the starting point for a symposium on the reflection in dwelling and inhabiting was a conference of the German philosopher Heidegger titled Building, Dwelling, Thinking. So obviously you understood we stole something from it, we took inspiration from it. Heidegger claims that the true essence of dwelling is the building is dwelling, which means staying in the earth below the sky, just let things be in their essence. So the act of thinking in its authentic form, it's a way of inhabiting. That is the meaning itself of dwelling. So this has been our starting point during the day in Milan. There were many reflections. So Roberto and I continue asking our guests. Our guests will give speeches, they will stay with us during today. So we don't want actually to have answers, but rather have new questions. So help us continue with this reflection, with this thought about how we live today, how we must build today's home. So I don't want to steal any more time from our speakers. It will be a very rich program. There are many speakers. I'm happy to be back at UF. It's my home. So I would like to call back on stage Roberto Cremascoli. He needs no introductions, but I will give you some information about him. He's an architect, editor, co-founder of Core Architectures. Among his projects, there is the renovation of the Grand Hotel do Porto and Fabbrica Marigna Grande, renovation of Piazza Garibaldi in Cantu, Italy, and renovation of the Antiquarian Museum of Pompeii and the Roman Forum Museum, as well as residential complex of Gallerate with Alvaro Siza. He curated Porto Poetic at the Triennale of Milan, as well as Inside a Human Being at the Museum Mart of Rovereto and the Pavilion of the Vatican at the 18th Biennale of Architecture in Venice, co-curator of the Portuguese representation at the 21st Triennale of Milan and the 15th Biennale of Architecture in Venice. Thank you very much. A round of applause. All right, so in the other room, there are the headsets and the devices for simultaneous interpretation, because there will be some speakers. For instance, there will be some speeches in Portuguese, such as Professor Teixeira. I think you need to have it. Capitanesi, no, you don't need it because you know many languages. All right, so at the beginning of Triennale, when we inaugurated in Milan Inequalities, DST Group, led by engineer José Teixeira, presented in Milan a module designed by Norma Foster and Norma Foster Foundation, which was transported to Milan and was installed in the park next to the Triennale. And there was another module inside the Triennale of Milan. So we want to debunk something with this roadshow, namely modular building and construction has a lot to give, especially following the structure and thinking of DST Group. DST is a campus where more than 4,000 people work. It's a great company that builds on local areas, not just in Portugal, but above all, it's a big family. They are philanthropists. In the campus in Braga, the workers have a series of services inside as if they were in their own homes. They could go to the hairdressers, they could leave their kids at school. During the breaks, they can have a walk in the theme park that is being developed within the campus. They can have theater lessons, for instance. There is a theater within the installations. So, in a nutshell, the vision that Fords had at the beginning of last century, or in Italy with Olivetti's. So the workplace is actually a place to meet, to share daily lives. The module actually was thought, this module, ZETHAUS, architect Camilla Chamorro will tell us more about it, but this module was designed to build, and it is already being built, within the campus, the residential area for the houses of workers that will be living within this amazing campus. The construction site has already been set up, the residence tower. There are housing units. It's not a nice term, but this is an amazing jigsaw, an amazing Lego construction. A piece after piece, we build environments that then become recognizable. So the modular construction becomes recognizable. This project is being followed by architect Ines Lobo and her studio in Lisbon, and it is being built right now. So I urge you to pay a visit to the campus. Maybe when we organize this great third part of our roadshow in Braga in May. So I would like to invite here on stage José Teixeira, visionary of this amazing project. Yes, you are.
Olá.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Roberto and Camilla, our collaborators, and then our speakers, Camilla Chamorro, Alessandro Raffa, Francesca, Giovanni, Gonzalo Berni. So I would like to thank all of them, then Simone Fraser, Eugenio, Valentina, Enrico, Francesco. Thank you very much. I hope that all the speakers will talk about the Aristotelic theory that represents ethos and creativity. So very quickly, I would like to win the public's heart here. So I would like to talk about a principle. So at the beginning, there was not logos, there was not the verb, but at the beginning there was the stone, and I'm talking about the stone literally speaking. So between the stone and the contemporaneity, what we try to do is to reach our goal. Furthermore, the verse of a famous song by José Mario Branco, a famous Portuguese singer, is going to be played now. Can you hear it? It was like that that we started. with our stones in the past. But nowadays, we wanted to build up the history of our future. There is a step between the tonal and the atonal music. What we wanted to say here is, we want to tell a story, just like all the other speakers. We had some interventions in Milan, in Venice, in other European cities. It is a new way of thinking, a new way of conceiving things. So we look at things in a different way under the point of view of beauty. So we have to look at the architectural power, at the design, at the project. But in actual facts, if we look at the history, we come from stone. So stone is basically a composition of minerals, lithium, cobalt. So these are things that did not exist in the past. But when we handle stones, we know that we have to work with minerals. So we do not extract from stone, but we extract lithium and cobalt for batteries. So these are fresh products, let's say. So we've got the possibility to transform this paradigm. We can transform what exists in the building industry nowadays. So in terms of industry, in terms of building, I'm not talking about architecture because there is, in this case, modernism, postmodernism. And we are there to support change. Modernism did not exist in the past, but it is something that has been built up century by century. And this step has been created thanks to Norman Foster, because we want to pass the message of beauty, the importance of the industrial construction. It is important to pass the message that modern dwellings can be very beautiful. So some architects have been built up some very important projects with us. They highlighted beauty. The idea was to pass a strong message, and we had to transform images. So this is a picture that justifies the pathway that we have covered up to now. I mean, this is not possible without knowledge. This is a picture that was taken in our building site. It is a library to make hope more dynamic. We want to have another type of lifestyle. This is a way to go from one place to the other. These are the three graces, an archetype of the three main figures that we have. These are the three goddesses. They are responsible for abundance and many other qualities that were represented by Raffaello, Canova, and so on. So many artists depicted the three graces. And the three graces have always had a spirit that was the precursor of Aphrodite, Athena. And this work was also present in the group of the different installations that we have in the DST field site. And we can say that what we created is absolutely beautiful. It is based on beauty. And the beauty is a sort of medicament, so we can conceive this masterpiece as a medicament. So maybe Pedro will not agree on that point, but I do not really care of that. We can conclude that things as they are nowadays are not working as they should, because the resources in our planet, we're running out of resources in our planet, and as Pope Francis says, cities are losing democracy. If we have a democracy, there should be free elections, free governments, but they are not working in a democratic way. What's happening? Our elected people are not bound to the universal suffrage. And what we are trying to do today is to talk about the paradigm of consumption. So we would like to say that the paradigm of consumption has to change, because we are running out of resources. So we have to face other problems, such as the ozone hole or climate change. I mean, there are massive problems that are terrible, and the difference between poverty and richness is enormous. Cities are divided in places for poor people and for rich people. Spaces have been divided into ghettos, and this is a massive risk for the survival of cities. Economy has transformed us into slaves, or people depending on consumption. So economy has to grow together with the GDP, thanks to new products or limited or products with a limited life shelf, or cars that last for a shorter period of time, or IT items that easily become obsolete. So this model, which is based on cost and consumption, must be changed. And we have to think about an analogy with houses. We've been heard a lot in the US about that. So if you think about films, we've got houses with the garage and something like that. They represent a cost of $7 million. So it is a vision that is becoming more and more tangible. Cities are very noisy. For example, they are full of shopping malls. We take our children to the birthday parties, the Christmas parties, and if you think about these parties, there is so much frenzy, there is so much confusion, and this is reflected in the condition of the world we live in. So we have to think about the paradigm in the project, which concerns the building of houses, buildings, electrical items. So we are going from the thermal cars to the e-cars. We want houses to have less elements, less polluting elements. Poverty is increasing more and more, and beauty is not teaching us morals, virtues. ethics. These are components that have completely disappeared from schools and universities. But we don't have any more beauty or elements like that. And nowadays we are struggling with that. Globalization nowadays is very present. We are governed by a global government that was not elected by us. I mean, the governments that we have are not supporting what we have. So we have to become independent again, despite what we saw in the Victorian age, the concept of the invisible hand, because we believe that there was a social code that in actual fact broke up the system. There was no access we had to be balanced under a moral point of view. We had to be fair under a justice point of view. And this is very important nowadays as well. So what can we do? On ourselves. I mean, I do not want to sound too arrogant, but we are not doing enough. I mean, we have to continue with our principles, with our goals. I would like to mention, to quote Miranda's verse. He's a Portuguese poet. What Miranda suggests is that we should not fall in the trap of art and science, theory and practice. So those who have to build up houses, they have to understand why they are doing that. They have to learn from theory. They have to teach physics. They have to teach the metaphysic aspect. Quantum physicians live in a status in which physics is not there, so we need to go through the metaphysics and also via other ways, and not via the cosmological and theological ways, according to which those who believe in God believe that the universe is endless. Some people believe that Copernicus is right, that there is an endless world. But also for those who do not believe in any religion, there is the idea of the doctor who is a friend, who is in the intensive care, who prescribes some medicaments, and every time they say, well, let's hope that the final result will be good. So also this kind of figure believes in something that is not in his hands anymore. This is why there is the concept of infinity. The time of working and not working is there. We had to work in an intense way. We had to think about what Fernando Pessoa suggested. So there is a time in which we have to work and a time in which we have to rest. We will work for less hours nowadays because there is artificial intelligence. What shall I do over time. What shall I do with my life? This is what I think about. Is there a new idea of knowledge? And we have to work on other jobs, on other professions that will be created in the future. So we are talking about a new way of thinking, a moral thinking, an ethical thinking, a social thinking. Portugal and Europe, with the Ukraine war, have insisted in the idea of the European Illuminism. This Aristotelic idea so showing that the world is never-ending is something that is not tangible anymore. I mean, we have the hope that something can actually exist. It is a new paradigm. It is a chaos that we are experiencing. There is a European author is telling us what to do in the field of work. We have to introduce the concept of social beauty. There is not classism in companies. Workers have a vision of work that is social, and Organ, who is a famous work thinker, had an idea. So the social vision of work is stratified into classes, and it shows the rights on something. And this is something we should avoid. This is a concept. I'm talking about John Rawls, for example, who wrote a book about the theory of justice. And he completely changed the concept of this. So the whole Western world moved to a new vision of justice and equity. So at the beginning, there was no distinction between the poor and the rich. Having a house with books or having a house without books, for example. And asking ourselves what options we have. We're not guilty if we were born in a house with no books. Or in a house with no money. This is not a responsibility that we can control. It is a civilized world that can make some positive differences. Author stated something about the principle of difference. The principle of difference in the non-voluntary association, and I'm talking about architecture here, is when you design a house for poor people, that is different as compared to when you design a house for rich people. There is more compassion towards poor people. This is the principle of difference. And it is obvious that the teaching and the commitment of the discipline and curiosity, I don't know whether this is something typical of this university, but in Portugal there is a discipline which is called curiosity. When we teach a person, we need to push them to ask questions. Nowadays, nobody is asking questions anymore. Nowadays, you just scroll on the smartphone to get an answer. So there is a cooperation, a co-creation. For example, you may have a work agreement with your collaborators, and you define what's written in this agreement. I pay for my taxes, for example. And we don't have only this kind of responsibilities, but we've got other responsibilities as well, because the richness is something that is co-produced. It's not made from a spontaneous relationship, but it is something that is co-produced, and this is very important. We have to highlight this concept so that humankind can evolve. The economy of sharing can evolve. When I am in Portugal, it is good to remember how to reach this goal. And then let's talk about the model of our ZETHAUS, the topic that will be tackled by other speakers, such as Camilla from the Norman Foster Foundation. But this spirit is a spirit that takes us here. It leads us to a new way of thinking. And now, dear collaborators, architects who work for DST, what are you doing? We have already talked about that. There are very hostile places, and we may run in the risk of attending these places in a city. I mean, these are places in a city where we are scared to go. There is a sort of social wall that architecture can solve. There could be, for example, a hydraulic hammer that shapes these walls. It can give some movement to these walls, and it can show that we are all children of God. We want to remove this social stigma or prejudice connected to the dwellings. It is incredible to think about loyalty. Loyalty leads to attraction. Cities are full of rubbish. How is it possible that architects have gone away and cities were left on their own? Those who designed cities have left. How is it possible to eliminate these divisions among the cities? We would like to talk about the value of the project. When we talked about Norman Foster, this is what we want to say. Beauty still works. This is our message. When we invited lots of different speakers, such as Pedro Cabeta Reis, who worked in lots of different areas of the city, as well as other artists, well, this is what we want to show. We want to show a sort of homeostasis that we have reached through beauty. And we want to make sure that the harmony of Pedro is then reflected in the three graces, so the balance that a piece of art can pass to us through the interpretations that we have. We're about to finish. We're running out of time. We have a poet, Philippe Rial, who builds up the houses of ZETHAUS. So it's quite interesting to look at the houses of the city and to see that these houses are full of things, full of elements, that there are places where we can live in. Houses are designed with special care, and when they are designed in such a way, architecture shows that this is not just a house full of books, full of pictures. And architecture cannot block these spaces. Sometimes we get into a house, into a flat, and we understand that inside there is something that doesn't really work, because an architect that designs, for example, a square with lots of materials is not designing a house in the same way. So this is a challenge for us. So we try to ask ourselves some questions concerning also the spiritual vision of architecture, the spiritual dimension of architecture. And the differences between those who build up a house and design the house have to be considered by mediators. They need to follow a clear pathway, and this is what we want to do as well. We would like that the spaces and the timings of a house can put together chaos and rest, as well as thoughts. This is what we try to think about when we think of houses as a starting point. And I believe that this is an important step towards the change, for example, from the thermal car to the e-car, as we said before. Thank you very much.
Allora, volevo...
All right. So before introducing the Norma Foster Foundation, I would like to thanks to DST, architect Menezes, and all the group that is following us in this roadshow. Since this project will become a book, publication, a documentary, well, I would like to thank for the photographic sector Mascoli and videomaker Gobato and Mastrovito. I would like to thank some guests. They're here with us. Professor Montini, I believe there is someone from Iuav in the public, in the audience. Thank you very much. Giulia Ricci. Tomorrow she will present an amazing event in Arquerini. What time will it be? Okay, at 6 p.m. Camilla Chamorro, she has a Susan Sabange scholarship at the Unit of Architecture, Design and Technology of Norman Foster Foundation. As an architect, her experience spans from conceptual design to research and realization of construction projects. She's cooperated with academic institutions as well as cultural and governmental ones to tackle social and environmental challenges such as for climate change, urban regeneration, clean energy, social housing, education, all of them in line with the mission of the foundation. The floor is yours, Camilla.
So, well, my name is Camilla Chamorro. I'm an architect at the Norman Foster Foundation. Good morning, everyone. So, for those who are not familiar with the work that we do at the foundation, it has been founded since 1997 when the Norman Foster won the Pritzker. And the mission since the beginning has been the same. fostering disciplinary thinking and research, and connect architecture, design, technology, and art to provide a better service to the society through an holistic approach. The Norman Foster Foundation is divided in 3 departments: the archive, where we archive all the legacy of Norman Foster, the education and research unit, where we spread all the knowledge that we have created, that we have at the foundation, and the architectural design and technology unit, led by Norman Foster, and where I belong. So we go from different scale of projects. We have the first one, the drone port. We have the Essential Home Research Project, but also we have master plan scale with the Kharkiv, a city of Ukraine, with the reconstruction of since the conflict. In each project, we try to go through these categories: sustainability, technology, mobility, flexibility. And this is exactly what brings us today to the conversation and what we can contribute to the conversation of how industrialized construction. So the first question that we should ask is why industrialized construction? Since the beginning of the construction, it has happened on site, layer by layer, brick by brick, always in response to local conditions, from the Roman aqueducts to the modern cities. It has been exposed to... Sorry. It has been exposed to the weather, to the time, to the human effort. And it has remained unchanged for 1,000 years. If we wanted better quality, we added more people. If we wanted to build faster, we added more labor. We treat every building as a prototype, as we are reinventing the wheel every time. So construction site remains unchanged and vulnerable to weather, unpredictable timelines, and complex workflows. And also it generates a lot of waste. If we see the numbers, up to 40% of materials on construction site end up as a waste. And construction and demolition generates 30% of global solid waste. But this is not just a problem of the traditional construction. We are facing several crises or challenges globally, like rapid urbanization. By 2050, nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas. We are also seeing how the infrastructure is aging. Over 75% of the Europe's buildings are energy inefficient and built before modern sustainable standards. We are also seeing how the numbers of labor shortages are increasing. In USA alone, the industry is missing 500,000 workers this year, but this is happening around the world as well. Another common crisis and challenge that we're facing is the housing crisis. Globally, the housing deficit exceeds 300 million units, and we are not able to meet that number. Also, the climate change is not helping to these numbers. Buildings generate 37% of the global CO2 emissions. So we see that the industrialized construction could help to reduce these numbers and to the situation. We see that in the numbers and the data. We could reduce the time efficiency, so we can improve the time efficiency by reducing the time of production. We could control the cost and predict the cost of the architecture. We can give better quality and better performance by controlling all the pieces in the factory. We can reduce the waste and also the environment impact. And also, we could have better quality and have a safe place for workers. And once again, give a scalable solution for this crisis response. But this idea of building faster, building better and affordable is not new. It's a challenge that has been there for generations. In the 20th century, the prefabrication gained the momentum. After the 2 world wars, the need of urgent house encouraged governments and architects to give or to find solution in the industrialization. In the Soviet era, they used concrete panels, as we are seeing in the images, to create these prefabricated buildings of 9 or 16-story. We also have the, in parallel, example of John Prouvé. No? He was imagining how we could build houses as cars, very efficient, very elegant, and affordable for everyone. Also another example, Le Corbusier in his experiments with standardization and modularity of the housing. But what we see in this timeline is that they, of course, started a conversation that is still alive today, and that's why we're having this conversation today. But the solution were rooted in the time and the tools that they have at the moment. However, other industries were able to change their models and their workflow through digital coordination. We have their space, the shipbuilding, the automotive, and this is now. They are not designing objects, they are designing systems based on standardization, repetition, and continuous improvement. And now the construction can do the same. We enter to a digital era where where architecture and industry can speak the same language based on data and precision and coordination. Thanks to BIM, AI, digital twins, now we have a controlled environment in a digital environment where we can control all the phases of the architecture. And we can go from the construction side to the computer. So the question is no longer why should we industrialize, because I think we answered that that's already happening. So how we can industrialize construction. So this is the starting point of the industrialized construction system project that we developed with the SC Group and ZETHAUS.
The industrialized construction system led by ZETHAUS is part of the ST Group. And it's a pioneering initiative. It aims at transforming the construction industry in Portugal. It brings together a consortium of some 40 partners, including 24 construction companies, 16 universities, architects and research centers, and together the project seeks to revolutionize building practice by promoting modular design, prefabrication, and sustainability. In other words, a dream pioneered, never really successfully realized, but the process of industrializing construction. How do we industrialize the process of building buildings? How do we move from something which is essentially site-based, dirty, time-consuming? Can we industrialize the process? Produce buildings as blocks like Lego in a factory?
So, as Norman Foster was saying, this idea of the Lego system is a quite complex challenge, interdisciplinary challenge. That's why we have to bring to the conversation different disciplines from architecture, engineer, manufacture, digital design, material science, sustainability, and more. So we knew that from the beginning. So in collaboration with VST, the Norman Foster Foundation also brought together an international team and local team, including ARUP, Ines Lobo, and 8400, to help to this initiative to transform the construction through industrialization. So from the first discussion, we had in mind this Lego system, in other words, a modular construction system that can generate buildings, but also cities. These Lego pieces that we are imagining should include not only the program, like student residence, hotels, senior residence, but also offices, commercial spaces, and public spaces. But these pieces has to be able to be transportable. In other words, that you can put it in a truck and transport it everywhere in the world. So these two limitations gave us the base grid. This basic grid is like our chessboard where we're gonna play and put all the pieces. It's 1.1 by 1.1 meter. We include the pieces, and then we can rotate them and play in different directions. And we ended up having two types of modules. The small one, that is this version of 2.2 by 6.6 meters. and a larger one that is 3.3 by 6.3 meters, which includes, as I was saying, the uses, but also it includes the installations and the walls partition and the structural chassis. But we are not doing just Lego isolated pieces of Lego. We are doing pieces of a complex system. So that's why we developed this catalog of 6 categories. The first category that we have is the 3D, which includes a complete solution that you can assemble on site very quick and very efficient. We have also 2D elements, vertical and horizontal flat pack solutions, so we can give more flexibility to the system. Then we have to give to these buildings functionality, we have a lift and a staircase prefabricated. Also, we want to create different situations for the city, so that's why the catalog should also include different solutions for the facade, but also for the roof. We can add green rooftops, PVs, or even tail, taking the traditional construction to the system. And finally, what is also very important for us is the public space. We should include in this system solutions for the public space, because as Norman Foster is always saying, we are not doing isolated buildings, we are doing cities, so the glue for those buildings is the public space. So this catalog, this 6 category, summarize the effort of the team to find a modular solution that provide architects and engineers and designers to create their own buildings with this modular approach, but also to have the flexibility enough to have their own identity. And this is the beginning of the Living Lab. So what's the Living Lab? The Living Lab is a laboratory, as the name says, that is located in the campus of DST. It is in an industry site, but also very surrounded by nature. So since when we were there in the first visit, we saw that we were dealing with a very complex typography and different access to the site. But it was also an opportunity to show how modular construction can face this kind of situation with this kind of topographies. So instead of doing one centralized building with all these uses that we were talking about, we decided to fragment the building in different buildings and to have a cluster-like composition, like you're seeing in the first sketch. So this first sketch shows the first intention that we had, to include different uses, to include different facades, to be surrounded by nature, and also to adapt to the topography, because what we're doing is a system that can create city. So for each building that we have in the Living Lab, we have a purpose, to test different solutions. So in the case of the tower designed by Ines Lobo, the local architect, we wanted to have a 2D, 3D solution to see that it's possible to have this flexibility that we were talking about. But also to push the structure to the limit, in this case to 8-story tower, that was also including the housing uses. Then we have the hotel, in which we were looking for modularity, but also with inspired spaces, and also with an identity. So that's why we included this kind of bold pieces, to give this singularity to the building, and this atrium, this big piece, to have or to still having this monumentality feeling. Then if we go to the student residence, we tested the smallest version that we were showing. In this case, in the section, you can see how the communication, the vertical communication is a gallery that connects with the rooms. And always, what we wanted to keep in mind in the modules is this warm feeling, this feeling of that it's modular, but it's still being connected to the human. And finally, the office and the senior residence. In this case, in the concept, we test the timber structure, because it was also an ambition of the project to test it. In this case, we are testing it in an outskirt situation, but we also, in the concept, we were thinking how we could deal this in the urban environment, how the ground floor could include commercial uses and activate the public space. And well, finally, the public space, the glue of all these buildings, where we wanted to, as I was saying, activate the buildings. This is the final view of the concept. We can see that everything is coherent and cohesive between the buildings. And the solutions, we have different facade, different roofs. And this is the beginning of how these solutions could provide, as I was saying, the flexibility enough for the architects and designers to have their own identity in the architecture. But how can we bring this to life, this concept to life? Well, for us and from the foundation side is by prototyping. We believe that it's very important to test all these theoretical ideas and put them in practice. So that's why we decided to test 2 prototypes. The senior residence, that is the bigger one, and the student residence. So in the student residence, we wanted to test the version of, to face the lack of solutions for efficient and affordable student residence. In this case, we test this core furniture of timber, where we include the installations, the bathrooms, the bed, and the student area. And we can see here in this image how we have the frame of the steel frame, we have the facade, a composite facade, and also we can see this piece of furniture that includes all the uses. For the bathroom, we got inspired by the airplane's cabinet. And finally, what we are producing is a plug-and-play situation that it's completely assembled in the factory, and that you can take it everywhere already prepared. So for the second prototype, it's a larger version. We have 2 modules. In this case, in one of the modules, we include the kitchen and the living area. And for the other module, we include an accessible bathroom and a 2-bedroom area. And what we were saying, and it's a prototype, it looks nice, but what we were testing is the join of these 2 modules. So even for us, when we got inside this space, it was a surprise, no? That when you get inside, you don't have the feeling of being in a modular construction. In fact, you have this seamless sensation that there's no joint between the 2 modules. Also, we included in this prototype a facade system that Bysteel FS, company of DST, is developing. No? So we are improving the efficiency, but also keeping this architectural design. The prototyping phase is the first step, but we are not ending the project here. What we are doing are Lego pieces that they are a product, so there has to be manufactured in the factory. So that's why for us it's very important that these pieces of Lego are well designed. Every detail, every joint is well designed, because we are going to produce this hundreds of times. And this is what we are seeing now in the DST campus. These are the pieces that we are going to get or that are being produced for the living lab. And the norm says that the traditional construction needed for one module 30 days, but in the case of industrial production, we could produce 1,000 modules in 280 days. So that's 90% of the time production. This was a sketch of how the living lab was under construction, but this is being a reality already. This is a picture of the foundation. And these are a sequence of pictures of the first day of when the first module arrived to the site, where we were testing all the joints and the connection. No? because this living lab is not finished, but it's not going to be finished because it's a laboratory where we're testing solutions from different architects, in this case in Slovo or the Normal Foster Foundation. So we're still learning from it. At the beginning of the presentation, we started with the question why. We said that it's no longer that question, it's about how industrialize. So we firmly believe that the answer to that is through the industrialized construction system. And that's why we believe that we have to keep testing, keep prototyping. It's no longer about why, it's about acting. And each step, each prototype brings us closer to the challenges that we are having today, and that we can build more resilient, more sustainable and equitable for everyone. And that's why the Normal Foster Foundation and DST are doing these conversations to spread all the knowledge that we have learned from the beginning of the project since 2022. And the foundation and DST brought the two prototypes to the Triennale de Milano, in which we started a conversation that is still being having today, and that we want to keep it in the future. So this is the result of all the effort that we have put these years. So, well, thank you very much.
Grazie Camilla.
Thank you very much, Camilla. Thank you for this presentation of the project. And now I would like to call the next speaker, Alessandro Raffa. He's an architect, PhD, a researcher. He investigates the role of multi-scale architectural design in the regeneration of cultural heritage and landscape in conditions of climate uncertainty. He was a Fulbright research scholar at the University of Florida, and he's currently a researcher at the Enrico Mattei Foundation and an adjunct professor at the Polytechnic School of Milan. He also teaches in the Academia Adrianea's master program in architecture for archaeology. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning. I would like to thank SDT Group and the curators for giving me the opportunity to talk about a very important topic before you. We have a problem with the screen. Obviously, I had to start in a very special way. Okay, we can start anyway. While we're waiting to solve this technical issue. But anyway, today I would like to talk about module and modularity as design categories in the field of climate change architecture. So on one side we've got the module, which is a unit of measure, and modularity, which is a system of repeated parts that allows us to adapt ourselves, substitute the parts without compromising the whole system and evolving locally. So we do that also under an architectural urban design point of view. So we know that modules are something recurrent, especially context is uncertain. This belongs to the history of humans because modularity has got a cognitive structure, a way of organizing the mindset, but also the space. And today, when the conditions seem to be unstable, when uses change, when communities change, the project has to integrate a certain level of unforeseeability. So in a world like of today, where there are social disequalities, economic volatility, we have to think about a new way of living, a new way of dwelling. So we have to adapt ourselves to the metamorphosis of the society. So starting from this idea, in the second half of the 20th century was a very good point of view. There was the crisis of the dwelling, the evolution of technology, the new urban behaviors that brought up different views about the concept of modularity in dwelling. This is the first case. It is it is a case that refuses a stable form. There are walls that move, that are shifted. So basically the space is adapted to unforeseen activities. This is the vie spatiale of Friedman. Basically, there is a logic that is completely different. It is a mega stable structure that has got modules that can be transformed by the inhabitants. So it is a network strategy. But then inhabitants transform it over time according to the way they live in the space, and then they apply city. So it is a mega provoking structure where the dwelling units and the transportation systems can be updated or transformed. And then the metabolism that introduces a logic that is more biological of growth, of evolving. We've got the capsule tower, and there are these modules, capsules that give an idea of adaptation to the needs, to the requirements. Then there is another project that is very significant. It's very interesting because starting from a modular logic, from an idea of module, it is possible to build up clusters, and these clusters generate spaces, joints, places of sociality, so they reveal the negative power of the way of building up space outside the house that represents a connective tissue. Inhabitant 67, Safdie, did not build up he builds up a housing system, not a building. So it is an organism that can host lots of different ways of dwelling. We can see that in the external spaces because there is the combination of different interactions that make the use of the space different. So these are some examples that indicate that modularity is a condition, an enabling condition of open systems that can be evolved, that can be adapted. So the module becomes a sort of grammar to design uncertainty. It doesn't define a precise shape, but it sets minimum rules through which shape can emerge, evolve, and be transformed. So module and modularity open up different spaces nowadays when there are crises. So we cannot interpret this crisis in a separate way, but they are deeply rooted one with the other. So nowadays, 1.2 billion people do not have access to suitable dwellings. They live in informal houses, and by 2050, there should be 1 billion people who will move away because of climate change. So, and the house value might be reduced by 9%. This shows that the climate crisis also affects the crisis of housing. Now, I will present some cases of reference about research that I am conducting about the climate change adaptation. These are cases that act on two levels. On one hand, the possibility of living the space of instability, so water, and on the other side, some cases in which dwelling becomes the rapid solution to emergency cases because of disasters. So I will try to go through this pathway because this is the way of thinking about dwelling, of living, considering also ecology. So these examples, this is an example in Amsterdam. Amsterdam is similar to Venice. It is a city that has always coexisted with a limited space because of the sea and the land. There is a mild threshold, so the countries of Northern Europe over the years have developed lots of different solutions to live in the, let's call them in the water spaces, because we know that in the next future, as we saw in the slides, the raising of the sea level, the floodings will have tremendous effects, especially on the coastline. Probably 800 million people who live in coastal areas will be obliged to change their way of living. So these will have an impact on the most vulnerable people because we said it before as well, the topic of equality is very important. Climate changes affect in a very non-equal way, so they affect much more probably those who have lower abilities to adapt themselves. This is a city system which is based on modules. It is made off-site and then moved on-site. So there is a floating system as well as different modules that consider the whole space. So here it is possible to build up a city area that is based on different open spaces where to build up communities, especially in those areas where there was no community at all. And this is particularly important because this floating system can generate lots of different areas where to stay together, where to gather together, but also where to have a quiet time. This is another case that was created by the master student. It is a prototype of a new type of soil. It is a floating soil. It is something that can be adjusted based on what can be built up on it. So I'm talking about living areas, public areas, and green areas. So the idea is to build up a sort of island. So this becomes a sort of a need. We have to build up a sense of community. And this is an experimentation. Because of that, it was possible to create a proposal. It is still a prototype, of course. It is still in the process of being built up in Rotterdam. So here, the idea was to build up low-cost houses in a water area. And they've got a modular structure. So in the future, they can be transferred as well. And it is also possible to change the layout. So what is fundamental here is the open space system, so the construction of a new way to have a social life. And this is the direction that we had to follow. So we had to build up shared areas. These are new ways, new layouts that tell us how to live in the future. But this is something that is reality. It exists. And then we can move to different situations that work on a different scale and that raise lots of different questions. So this is the case of old ocean cities that was designed by ON Habitat. The idea here is that you have a spatial module a cell of 2 hectares. So this basic unit, which hosts about 300 inhabitants, can be connected to other 6 modules. So it is a growing system, and it is an anticipatory prototype because it helps us to create a layout and to grow up in the future as well, also in a less solid context. And they take into consideration the uncertainty connected to the rise of the sea level. And this is leading to the implementation of a prototype in Ulsan in Korea. So these cells have been designed to be fully sustainable. So there is renewable energies, sources, and so on. They are all present. The prefabrication reinterprets the local traditions, but we have to ask ourselves, is that a real house? What is the connection with the place? How can these spaces build up a new place? And we also had to think about these places as a place of ecological regeneration, because these platforms, well, they are connected to the seabed, but basically they provide a solution to leave the space in a regenerative way. So I would like to get connected to what we said before, so living as a cure. This is a project that attempts to do that, yet we have some questions. For example, can modules be adapted to different solutions? I mean, these solutions can be applied in lots of different situations. So what is the relationship with the place? What is the relationship with the community? How can these communities live in these spaces? And this reflection leads to another question, and I will try to tackle it very briefly. A question that concerns the climate risk and the desertification, the progressive desertification, and the fact that fires may increase by 30% by 2050. And here we move to a different project that is different as compared to the one that we saw before, but that can be replicated as well. So this is a context, this is a place in Chile. This is an area that was hit by a fire, and the Elemental Studio, which is located in this place, decided to propose a different solution as compared to what would normally happen. So how can we give the possibility to build up a house after an emergency that is not a temporary house but a permanent house? And why is that? Because the inhabitants did not want to live in temporary places. So this solution has tried to change the problem. So prefabrication as a possibility, as after an emergency, as a possibility to provide a dwelling, considering also the quickness of building up a prefabricated area allowed to remove certain problems. This project was designed by the Elemental Studio together with the inhabitants. 4 families were selected, so they activated a discussion project. They tried to talk to these families. They wanted to know the characteristics of these houses. So we're talking about 8 modules plus 3 pieces for the roofing, and they allowed within 1 year, so in a very limited period of time, these people to go back into their houses. So this is a prototype that can be scalable and meet the needs of these crises in a very quick way. So it took just 1 month for the off-site construction, 1 day for the assembly, and then a few days for the, like 5 days for the in-situ completion. And then there is another example. It's based on the considers the fire risk. We are in Los Angeles, and we know that in 2025 Los Angeles was hit by lots of different fires that were quite long-lasting. And here there is something very interesting that happened. Between 45 and 62, there was this program whose main core was to design houses that were not just cutting edge under an architectural point of view, but that could be replicable on a larger scale to solve the dwelling problem. So this experience produced lots of different solutions, such as Ima's house, that belongs to this experimentation. And this situation was then replicated, was then evolved to the situation of nowadays. So how is it possible to build up houses in a very quick way, in a prefabricated way, and how can we make this project scalable? So this was made after this fire. So they asked to a group of architects from Los Angeles who were matched with the families who lost their houses to propose a prefabricated solution and design together with them these houses. So this shifts the paradigm as compared to what we saw before, where there was the repetition of a module. But in this case, there was also the willingness to provide solutions that could meet specific needs and thinking about the possibility to replicate such an intervention. I would like to conclude. Well, there are lots of different questions. I talked about uncertainty, but certainty is not that much because we're still talking about an experimental field, and I believe that climate crisis can also offer creative solutions for modular dwellings, especially in uncertainty moments. So dwelling means looking after what we have and to have a continuity in our life. So there is a combination of house and ecology. So a house is a common space, fragile, and we need to protect it. So living and ecology are not two completely different domains, but they are two ways of calling the same responsibility. So in this framework, modularity becomes a practice of cure. It is an open grammar that allows houses and cities to be adapted to change while climate changes. So designing in uncertainty means to take into consideration oikos, so living and protecting the conditions so that we can live. Thank you. Before starting with Francesca Iovine, I would like to propose a 5-minute coffee break.
Fanciulli? Sì. Riprendiamo? Ce l'ha. Come on. Andiamo, iniziamo? Allora, prima di riprendere con la foto.
Before continuing with photographer Francesca Iovine, I would like to give the floor to Iuav, to a veteran. Does that mean I'm old? No, Professor Cattaneo. But it's not nice what you've just told me. Welcome, good morning, everybody. I'm here on behalf of Director Professor Albrecht. He's here, he's near here, but he had to take part in the academic senate meeting. I'm so happy to be here. There are some people in this room I know very well who were references for my academic career and trajectory, as well as my the up-to-date I need to do to continue teaching. Thank you, Roberto. You are a veteran as well. Thank you.
E adesso,
All right, so after our coffee break and after the previous session of engineers, architects, let's now disrupt things a little bit with photographer Francesca Iovine. She is a freelance photographer, educated in architecture. She lived in Chile, Berlin, before being based in Milan. Her work explores the relation between architecture, memory, perception, investigating how space is lived and internalized. That's what we are asking ourselves over these days. She collaborates with architects, institutions, and editorial projects and photographic projects. Her works were displayed at the Triennale of Milan, at the Design Museum and Foundation OAMI, and are currently part of the exhibition No Place Like Home, Italian Photography since the 80s in Germany. She's cooperated with the Central Institute for Catalogue and Documentation, Ministry of Culture, and she's worked with Sagep Editori, documenting contemporary architecture in Genoa. Her latest essays are present in Robaldo Morozzo della Rocca, Experimental Attitude, and Riabitare Roma, Revivre Rome. Thank you, Francesca. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank DST Group, Camilla, Roberto. Thank you for inviting me here today to talk to you about this topic. So, as Camilla was saying, today we're here to add more questions because sometimes even when we seek to answer the question, how do we build dwelling now? Well, I believe that photography is a discipline that helps us have questions rather than receive answers, and that's exactly what we'll be doing today. In the abstract we received from Camilla, Heidegger is mentioned, so the philosopher reminds us that dwelling is not technical, is a way of being. As it was previously said, the act of thinking is in itself a way of dwelling. I believe this is extremely interesting. I asked myself, could be that photography as well is a form of dwelling. So starting from this assumption, I would like to say that photography, architecture, this is not just about representing a shape, a form, or a project. The expression photographer, architecture needs to be broadened. It's not just needs to be broadened concerning my projects and the projects of other authors. So we need to broaden the term, taking places of inhabiting, of dwelling, of the built environment, of a specific way of being in the world. So usually, before talking about a specific or a given work that I did that can help me explain to you my idea of dwelling, I would like to show you some authors and an editorial projects. Why were they so important? Why are they so important for me? What do they have in common? You're architects, so many among you are familiar with some names. Other authors belong to a more contemporary photography, which uses territory and space to describe third concepts. I believe this is of utter importance today. So these authors, all of them, have something in common, namely this idea of conveying a way of dwelling by building a dialogue between senses, memory, and concepts. Not even one of these authors limits to documented landscapes. I believe all their photographies and photography collections aim at created dialogue, aim to create a dialogue between those who watch, those who live, dwell, architecture. So the first author I would like to mention that occurred to my mind, at first I said no, I want to mention it because I need to mention authors that are part of me, but not always the same, because maybe everybody knows them, but I would like to mention Hélène Binier. She's a very important author when it comes to architecture and photography. She's my starting point for my career, perhaps. Despite our different visual outputs, completely different, you will see this shortly, but the feeling the photographer conveys is common, with different ways of taking pictures. Light is not just a way of describing space, but rather an important part of architectural quality. It's a form of matter. Consequently, to my mind, Hélène Binier, she took pictures for Peter's Zone and other projects and authors, finding new ways of taking pictures of architecture through atmosphere, through her feelings. In one of her interviews, the one for The Guardian, she said, I photograph the phenomena that happen because that's how the building is built. So she wants to go towards the core of things. Photography is never objective. She is a photographer for architecture. So it's interesting how her subjectivity speaks universal language. So I believe this is the common thread among the different authors. Subjectivity becomes universal and vice versa. From Hélène Binet, I thought about Vincenzo Castella. He's an author who explores space, but in a different way. But why one after the other? Well, both of them observe and to both of them, photography is a way of being in the world. If Hélène Binet wants to go to the core things and internalize them, Vincenzo Castella has a huge power to keep himself external to things, but he creates a specific and strong bond with the city, or for instance, in interior pictures, you can see them here. These are part of different projects. One of his first works was private geography, so pictures of houses or homes of family members, friends, and so on and so forth, a little different from a different privileged perspective. The approach is the same, the very same approach, posture. Everything boils down to reality. There is a sort of division between those who look at and the thing that is being looked at. So it's not to the core, unlike Binet, but the concepts are similar. The concepts are similar to me. He also produces great, large formats. So if you go to one of his exhibitions, you cannot see this, the sense of observation. So starting from this methodic idea of showing the city, for instance, Milan, a very wide project, I thought about another photographer, and she now has an exhibition at the Must in Bologna. On November the 7th, she opened an exhibition about the concept of home, house. So everything was on point. And the reason why I chose her is that she's a German photographer, school of Düsseldorf, rigor, severity, repetition of the same things, but with some differences, and I cherish this topic. Chiruzuki on November the 7th told about this. So repetition, differences. He mentioned it from an architectural point of view, but I believe that in photography this concept works very well. For instance, here, this German photographer does not carry out projects on typology, such as the Becker couple. She carries out a serial work, but extremely personal compared to other works, because she takes pictures. For instance, she takes pictures of building in the Bosphorus, what was left in Syria, or platforms in Armenia. So these are objective. They may seem objective goals or figures, but she wishes to find a trace of how people lived in that territory. So I believe that combining this has a specific meaning. There are traces of the built environment And this works very well to talk and to question about the way of dwelling. There is a specific project, I did not know it, but it's a small series on St. Mark's Square as well, so that was really interesting because it reminded me clearly of the concept of differences, repetition. So this is not about the architectural structure, it's about what happens within the space of architecture. This categorization, filled with memory, actually reminded me of another project of another author. I wouldn't say that she's an architecture photographer. She's a visual arts. She's a visual artist. She has a background in architecture. Many of us do. And she carried out this amazing job. So the flood in Polesine. Polesine is an area near Delta of the Po River. So this concept of loss and catastrophe that took place in 1951 was the starting point for her to talk about loss, how to deal with loss, and the traces that are left in the territory of this loss. She uses this to talk about concepts that are not just specific, these territorial specific ones. It's universal. Each one of us can interpret the images in the way they prefer. She works with metaphors. We can see, for instance, some symbols that come back, so it's a sort of differences and repetition, but in a very broader sense. We can see, for instance, she's working with sculpture and she carries out a territory-based study where memory is used as a tool to give meaning to the space, to create a relation between what was in the past and what will be in the future. So it was really thought-provoking, this picture, the hand holding the house. Many interpretations. A colleague of mine says it looks as if this house is being taken away from the scene. To me, for instance, it's just a way of taking care of the house, of the home, of your own private space. So it's absolutely interesting to see how every territory-based work is internalized according to one's experiences. That's what usually happens with photography. So throughout this project, I would like to circle back to another project, another type of rigor, Bernera, contemporary photographer. He carried out this project through the window. Wonderful. It's a project where there was lots of research beforehand, categorization as well, on windows, on panoramas, views that he took pictures of. So he started from people gazing out from its own window, looking at somebody else's house. It's a little bit like the Hitchcock's movie. So window is both a metaphor and a pretext. Through the glass, we're seeing another surface, and in that surface, the object that is being photographed is present. What is this object? It's not just people within homes. He warned them, he talked to them, he took care of every scene with specific lighting. So it's a very architectural work, because this work helps you understand the architectural space that there is between you and the other person in the picture. So the person that is being photographed is not just a human being, but you can see also the void and the emptiness between these buildings. So it's a very architectural work, but there is some empathy with the photographer, with the subject of photography as well. So I believe that this genre of work is interesting because they tell us how dwelling is a universal concept. And there was another project I would like to talk to you about. Before, obviously, talking about my work, is an editorial project. It's a sort of platform, Mobile Observatory of the Northeast, Omne, founded in Veneto, the Veneto region, which explores the contemporary landscape through photography, art residencies, publications, exhibitions. So there are different disciplines that dialogue with each other. So I believe this is paramount and key to be able to talk about dwelling, contemporary dwelling. What does it mean? What are the right questions to this topic? This specific project is a book of books. So they collected 116 books about nature in the last 5 years, about other artists, photographers, authors, and basically they created a collection. This is a catalogization. There is no start or end. It's just a visual path over nature, sort of open-air archive of possible stories, an invitation to explore the different ways in which nature was seen. To this regard, I believe this Index Naturae, this project, is a case in point for the conference. I mean, it builds the meaning of dwelling not just as a technical, let's say, putting all the possible visions of dwelling in order in a list. It's rather a way of experiencing things. So we can start saying that photography, categorization of photographies is key to each one of us experiences, which circles back to my first sentences. Taking pictures is a way of dwelling in itself. When it comes to catalog, I believe it's interesting for what Omne has been doing, because the first thing I thought about showing you is the outcome of a project of catalogization. 15 authors and I, each one on their own, carried out, called by the Central Institute for Catalog and Documentation. It's, let's say, a branch of the Ministry of Culture, and we were asked to document, take pictures of some artistic monuments, cultural monuments in the southern part of Italy, because some pictures, some documentation was missing. So they told us, go, take pictures, this. But they also said, we lack a specific list, so you must carry out, for instance, where are the artistic, cultural monuments in the province of Matera, Potenza and Basilicata region, or in Apulia region. So we took pictures of lots of churches. So first of all, we had to choose what to put in the catalog, and then we explored the local area. I was in the province of Cosenza. I had never been there. I chose that local area because I believe it was really nice to see it from having no previous experience. So we had a privileged opportunity. We had also a possibility of having a critical thinking on the territory of this province. So it's not about commercial, architectural photography. This is not what we were asked. We were asked to do this, but to do that like we wanted to, like we wished to do it. And that was the most interesting point. They told us, you must take a picture of X, Y, and Z, but you are the one who chooses how to take pictures of them. But you know that these monuments are going to be embedded in the Ministry of Culture website. That's why they chose, for instance, 15, 16 photographers that took pictures of places, but not especially architectural or commercial architectural photos. Documentation, well, a way to get closer to the territory, trying to dwelling these places. And then there was a second part, so let's say there was last important part of the project about editing. In photography, editing is choosing the object you've taken pictures of and you put it in order. Basically, categorization, yes, but edit, it's not the same word. I mean, it's about putting an order, giving an order to the images. So we gave some pictures to this branch of the Ministry of Culture, but there was another part of the project that was carried out by the photographers, not because they were asked to, but because it was a personal need. Why did we decide to take pictures of this in this way? Because there's always a choice in the way we take pictures of something. Why did you do it like this? A description based, or was it, an approach to understand, to reflect on how we dwell, on how we move, and how we basically experience space. So to me, the major topic of this work was we all need a village. That's a famous quote by Cesare Pavese, an Italian author. That's the essence of it, grasping the soul of those who live in this area. Luigi Ghiri, for instance, he was a photographer. He carried out lots of projects for months without a common thread between pictures, and then in hindsight he found a common thread, because at the end of the day each photographer what they know of what is able to really have their attention. So for instance, I found out that I took pictures of a lot of chairs, and that's something that in commercial architectural photography is exaggerated, because maybe a chair helps us understand the scale of the project we are taking pictures of, but to me things were different. The chair for me, and we'll see later on, chair equals home. To me it's home. My home, my parents had replicas of tonnet. Many people do not have the original tonnets, so to me tonnet is a symbol of chair. The chair, there are many chairs, but we know that despite their style or shape, we know how to detect a chair. At the same time, this is a chair, and I found out that in every project I have been carried out from 2010 onwards to date, chair or chair with the light in the background on the wall, or for instance the light that enters the window. So to me these are vibes, these are layouts that I internalized to say I am taking a picture of this specific room, But maybe this room is the same room where I have felt other things. So it's about feelings, it's about emotions. Taking something, for instance, the position of the light and chair, and bringing it with me, taking it with me in many of my projects. Sometimes I do this without being aware of it. For instance, here, something very interesting happened. So I can also understand how the universe sometimes is incredible and helps you grasp specific occasions. Below you can see a picture of, there are just chairs, and this picture seems like I had taken it with that specific order, or that the chair had that specific order, but it's actually part of a project by a single photography photo from the Art Museum, from the Compasso d'Oro, Golden Compass, some 2 years ago. And there, the curators, Michele Anastasi and Chiaramonte, they gave us a Golden Compass, one for more than one each for each photographers. There were 100 of them. I was given a Rosi Vago. She's an entrepreneur. I didn't know her, but she was awarded because of the work she carried out in her company, the value of design in her company in Brianza. And when I went there, I did not know what to expect, what to take pictures of. There was nothing that resonated with me, maybe a portrait or an indoor picture, but that wouldn't be like my picture, a personal picture. Because in photography, those who take pictures, something show their idea to the world, the concept that is behind a photo. But the son told me, look, we have a collection of chairs right here because we sold many of them. And I said, chairs? I want to see them all. And the space I found was exactly that one. You can see in the slide. So really, it was amazing. I was extremely happy to be able to experience such a discovery, and this approach, this posture, because if you look it up on Google, posture is the way your body exists in the world, okay? So it's the mind, how your body, your mind exists in the world. So this posture always comes back because it shouldn't be taken for granted, knowing how to take pictures of something or knowing what to take pictures of if we do not resonate with this object. So the perspective of all these authors I talked to you about today, these are different authors. So what do they have in common? Well, they have a sort of way of existing, of dealing with the territory, and they take a specific example and they turn it into something universal. And that's architecture as well, right? That's embedded in architecture as well. So the way our visions, our experiences in a certain way can be felt by someone else. So in conclusion, you can see this project, the other project, always finding traces of some things in the territory. So there is a moment in which a specific area has a universal quality, value, and that answers the question, what is our way of dwelling? What is the way we can inhabit? And how can we convey this feeling to those who look at our pictures and who look at art in general. To me, architecture becomes a pretext, let's say. It's a language able to inhabit, to dwell in a specific area. Architecture, photographer, I told you about this before. I believe that it's not accurate, both for those who work with contemporary architecture or in general architectural photographers. Architecture is something built, it's a shape in the world that must be seen, felt by those who are not present in that space. So, to my mind, we should be talking about photography, photography of a space, of a place, or memorial photography, memory photography. Memory is not specific to me. It's not just about, something that happened in the past and we now remember. It's something we do every day, every moment. We look at something and this thing reminds us of something else. Could be a chair, a light, a door, the door of this room, for instance. So just to conclude, photography to me opens a gate between what we live, what we felt, what we see, and this gate is made up of light, of time, of perception, and is apparent through through our way of dwelling. That's it. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you very much to the photographer Iovine. Today I was speaking to her and she said, but me, I am a photographer and I do not talk. But that's not the case. It's not just the photography that can talk, but it talks through images, and now we need something like a red of revolution. Pedro Cabrita Reis. Pedro Cabrita Reis was born in 1956 in Lisbon, the city where he currently lives and works. His work has received various international awards. That's becoming crucial and decisive for the understanding of sculpture from the mid of 1980s onwards. His complex work can be characterized by an idiosyncratic philosophical and poetic discourse embracing a great variety of means, such as painting, sculpture, photography, drawing, and installations composed of industrial materials and manufactured objects that he puts together. So he uses these materials in his constructive process. Sometimes they are recycled, sometimes they are anonymous, creating primordial gestures and actions repeated in everyday life. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Roberto. Good morning, everybody. Before starting, I would like to thank DSD Group and Camilla, Donantoni, and Roberto Cremascoli. So these are my last words in Italian. I've got 25 proposals about house, ladies and gentlemen. So 25 propositions around the home and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Pedro Cabrita Reis. I was born in Lisbon in 1956, the city where I still live and work. Before I begin, allow me to make an introductory remark. I choose to address you in Portuguese, my mother tongue. which I hope can retain its clarity and precision even when translated into other languages, with which I would like you to grasp the multiple meanings of what I wish to say to you today. I find it preferable to take this risk rather than adopting the empire's lingua franca under the pretext that its use would clarify or would make the communication easier among us. Today, the periphery is a territory made up of multiple centers, and in it and in them we live the richness and the melodies of different words. When the words of the empire are the words of nomenclature, I ask for your generosity in trying to capture the meaning of these different words of mine. I wish they were different, but I am an artist, and they may sound out of place to some of you, or perhaps they may even lack irrelevance that the theme of this gathering would require. So building, dwelling, thinking is today's motto. And to better frame the words that will follow, I would like to freely quote Heidegger himself, the inspiration or the mentor for this symposium. This is the English translation of the Conference of 54. It is a text that is at the basis of our meeting.
Let alone to give rules for building. Assim sublinho deste modo que de arquitetura e construção não falarei, propondo-me apenas partilhar uma ou outra reflexão sobre a ideia de casa e a ideia de...
Thus emphasizing that we will not speak of architecture or construction, intending only to share a reflection or two on the ideas of home and the idea of the world, but always from the position of the artist, which is the only position from which I can speak to you. I begin by telling you that curiosity is for artists the founding impulse of the creative act. It is a curiosity that transforms a wheat field into a wheat field painted by Van Gogh. From then on, every other wheat fields that we see from the car window on our country drives will be what was painted by Van Gogh. We must understand this curiosity as the metamorphosis of the artist into everything that exists, and everything that exists as the place of his work. We must understand this curiosity as the primal nature of the condition of being an artist. Within curiosity, there are no judgments of a moral order, and therefore, nothing that may exist, be thought, or be imagined, will be foreign or forbidden to the creation of the work of art. Everything is, and everything that is so in the work of art. The work of art stands for imagination, which we should not confuse with the mere flow of exercises of greater or lesser inventive capacity, but rather understand as the ability to create, that is, to prefigure the image as a sign, sometimes a memory, sometimes an anticipation of reality. As I speak to you of image, then I will tell you that as an artist, I understand the home as an image of the world, a representation of the world, perhaps as Bruegel announces in his Tower of Babel, a home in which a torn humanity, deprived of language, can no longer access knowledge. what we name precariously and superficially as the world, we know to be absolutely impossible to know, or better said, impossible to be explained, or even more so to be conceived as a whole. If we maintain the idea of home as the image of a world whose absolute knowledge is denied to us, then we should inquire into how, now inversely, we may imagine the home. We aspire to find paths that illuminate, that reveal a knowledge not yet realized. And we will ask ourselves, what home is the world? Some will understand the home as the reinvention of one, or perhaps more accurately, the original demiurgic act, a murmur that would perpetuate the echo of the figure of a pancreator, in Greek, pantocrator. Others, instead, will see in the home the imperative of an ethical urgency, as a social mission, almost salvific, the utopia of a humanity that dreams of an impossible happiness. For the artist, the home, which is the model of the world, but also the instance that perceives it, is ultimately the place of the act of creation, which unceasingly builds, destroys, and rebuilds, a gesture that, without interruption, bestows, refuses, and confirms the measures of the world, seeking in that permanent becoming its comprehension, its knowledge, the knowledge of the world. In this conference of Heidegger, he speaks about a dwelling, so the artist dwells in the home as world. In the inquiries demanded by curiosity, and above all, in the answers that will never bring the long-dreamed light. The artist creates through his work the home and the world. His work is the home. His work is the world. From the Tintoretto's Crucifixion, so here very close to us in Sirocco, to Picasso's Guernica, passing through the Duchamp Fontaine. It is the redeeming gesture of art that explains life to us, that reveals the invocation of the idea of eternity, even if we cannot know it, that makes us want to walk towards a perfection that our own fragility ignores, and that leads ultimately to the struggle against death. Thank you for your time. Thank you. And now, to conclude with today's speakers for the morning before our round table, I would like to introduce you to Gonçalo Berne, a world-renowned architect from Portugal. And he graduated at the Technical University of Lisbon in 1968, and he's had a distinguished academic career as a visiting professor at many European universities, such as Venice, Lausanne, Naples, and so on, and the Harvard University of USA. Some of his works have been presented in various exhibitions in New York, Ljubljana, Messina, Lucca, Como, San Marino, Lisbon, Porto, Milan, Venice, and Vicenza. He's a famous world-renowned architect, awarded with the gold medal by the Académie d'Architecture of France in 20,000, Gonçalo Berne.
So, aspetti. Sì. Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank you for inviting me here to this event. I think I was contacted about 3 weeks ago, and when I was contacted, I said, okay, I can come. When I received your text about this event, I said, well, this is an interesting topic, so let's try and go. I would like to thank the engineer José Teixeira, a visionary, who did an amazing introduction. So congratulations, because an engineer talked to an architect, as an architect. So now I would like to talk as if I was an engineer. Maybe I cannot do it, but there are many points of convergence among the different genes. So during the Renaissance period, there was no difference among the civil gene, but there was also poetry, music, and everything else. So architects, artists, musicians were all together. There is only the division in the knowledge that pushed out these different positions, these different jobs, but they work on a common ground. I would like to deliver my presentation. It is quite of a fast presentation, but I believe that everything was said before me. There is also mention to photography. Earlier, we saw some pictures of architecture spaces where there were not people, but there was life in them. There was life inside of these spaces. There was a small window open, like a ray of light coming in, and we could see the furniture, the chairs, and we could see life, the space of life, and this is the essence of architecture. And I would like to talk also about modular solutions for space. In the 60s, when I was doing my final works, we were in the moment of structuralism and the structure of language. The systemic thought was also present. Stefano Alexander was talking about architecture at the same time, and there was also the beginning of computing systems of artificial intelligence, and all of that was then removed in the postmodern time. But the topic is always present here. So I would like to say that I heard some important, interesting speeches. I will not talk about modularity in space, but I would like to say that it is possible to have a poetry in modular architecture, and I'm sure about that, because the apoesis can be done if we consider the container of life, and which is reflected in modular architecture. So let's continue, let's move on. I'm sorry, I'm having some technical issues. So, I would like to talk about time. The time of history, the time of the project. And why am I saying that? because time, history is a very important discipline for architecture, not only to understand the language of the past, but because history is the only discipline in the field of work of architecture, because here I'm talking about the job of the architecture, so architecture as a job. Well, this is the only discipline that tells us that the decision of the project is introduced in time. But the method of the historian, the time of the historian, is not the same time as the time of the architecture. And I would like to show you a first project. It is a small theater in Lisbon. A small theater that used to belong... Just a second, I'm having some technical issues. Yeah. It was basically a small theater that was attached to a building where there is this beautiful Italian garden. There is also an amazing park of the beginning or the mid of the 18th century in Lisbon. We are in the outskirts of Lisbon. This is still part of the center nowadays, and it is the park of an aristocrat, the Count of Lobo, who decided to build it up because he was organizing parties. There was still the monarchy at the time, and in this small theater he had some operas. He was the director of the San Carlo Theater of Lisbon, so he organized the concerts as well. And this is a small theater. This is a layout of the 18th century, but nowadays it is like this one. So this is what is still there of the park, which is part of Lisbon. But we can also see all the different infrastructures. For example, there is the old road that was in the field, but there still is the palace with the garden. And next to it, we can see the volume of the theater, which was... we could only see the ruins. It was burnt. And we could only see this, the ruins. It was burnt in the 19th century. And then there is an image that we produced. This is a project that we did together with another architect. We produced a vision of this ruin that lost its life. It belongs to the Ministry of Education and Universities, and the ministry at the time said, what can we do with this ruin? And we proposed this virtual image. There is a first thought about this project. We said, let's close the pre-existing volume, which is empty, and we can transform it into a space that can be used in lots of different ways. So this is the project that designed the layout. You can see the ruin that was closed with a volume, a new volume that basically includes the original empty space plus another area for an exhibition, for the exhibitions. There is also the area with the toilets. There is an entrance because the ministry said that we have to open this building to the citizens. And then there is the area of the older stage, behind the older stage, which was turned into a cafeteria for the staff. So there is no distinction between the stage and the audience. I mean, nowadays it is a single space. And these are some pictures of the intervention with the new volume, the entrance hall, which is quite small. And then there is the empty area. We only left a small ray of light, as Louis Scan said, because we wanted to highlight the fact that if we wanted to see the darkness, we need to have a little bit of light. So it is now used for events, for concerts, for TV shows, and so on. So it is an open space where we can see the past and the new life, which is a different new life that was taken out of the decision of the project. These pictures, the pictures of an abandoned ruin, show that the life of the architecture, this is a thought of Raphael Eo, so the life of a building is not an organic life, but it depends on the existence of life inside the building. Once it loses its life, building gets into a process of erosion and it can become archaeology. This may happen for a building, but also for a piece of city, for a part of the city. If it is abandoned, ruined, spoiled because of a war and so on, it loses its life and it becomes a ruin. But you know, it lost its life, but it can still reproduce, regenerate its life. And this is the image of the project that suggests the return of life of a ruin. And this reveals the process of the vulnerability of the building, but also of the potential resilience of the ruin. So resilience is the ability to born again from the ashes. The historical time is a time of the past. Historians work on the past. It is a synchronic time. It is a static time for historians. They divide all the different elements in history to compare all the different forms of knowledge of the culture of a certain period with the production of building, of art, of everything else. Well, architects instead work in a very short period of time. So it is the time of the project, and the time of the project is not synchronic, but it is a time of diachrony, because the architect works from a transition, something that was made in a way in the past and something that stays like that over time. So the time of the project is a dynamic time, and it is an in-between transition time. We can call it transitive time. And it is quite interesting because architects, when they work on a project, have the notion that they are working on the present, a present that they try to extend because they had to work on the transformation. It is a sort of diluted present. And this is to say what? Well, the time of the project of the architect is a condition of work and not the time of the last production of the creator as it is intended by historians. So they work within the time, within the value of the time. This is a condition of the project. Battista Umberti said that in a more precise and a more accurate way. He said, the project is the institutio between a restauratio and innovatio. For Alberti, the project act establishes a reality which is present, which is based in the present. So we can preserve shapes over time, but we cannot preserve the forms of life that are at the origin of those shapes. Instead, innovatio says, okay, creativity, creating from scratch in architecture, is a topic that is more complex because we never work on something theoretical, but we work on a place and we transform this place into place of life. And this transformation is quite interesting because in the reality of today we've got technology, communication, culture, and all of them talk about creativity again and again, and creativity has become an instrument of the market. Creativity nowadays is the main machine of a technology that controls a market. Instead, the notion of the creation in architecture, there is always a transition between the past, something pre-existing, something existing beforehand, even if we talk about buildings, because buildings were established in a certain way, but then we kind of transform it. We start from the foundations of the building, from the establishment of a building. We can think about a ruin in Lisbon that was changed completely. A district of Lisbon, so there was Chiado, a project that allowed to build up again an area that was burnt down. So it was a re-establishment of the center. So this is a condition of contemporaneity. So architects work on a project at a condition that is not based on time. So when you ask to a historian, where does contemporarity starts from? But we have to ask ourselves where it ends up first. So architects are the conditions of work. But let's move on. This is the courtyard. We've got the transition between the old part and the new one. And now let's move to the second topic, because architecture has always worked, and it still works, between a virtual world and a real world. And this is important because I would like to show you a second project. It is a square. L'area is a city between Lisbon and Oporto, and it is a small city, a medieval small city. So on the right hand side we can see the icon of the city. So an icon needs is the recognition of the whole citizenship. So the medieval castle is the icon, the historical icon of the city. But then we can see the city center, the cathedral, and then there is a small pathway. We can see the sacred area of the cathedral, and then we can see this pathway that reaches a triangular field, and it is 2 or 3 meters wide, and it connects the medieval city. And then we can see an empty space of a former typography building, So it's a ruin, there was nothing there. And by means of a revamping program for the town center in Portugal, it was transformed into a center for senior people, a sort of academy or a media library for young people. So here we can see that this area of the city is abandoned. There is a problem of mobility inside because there are some boundaries, and this is a layout. It shows the hill of the castle, and you can see the volume of the cathedral, and then there is this pathway I was talking about before. So it's a small district, there is more luminous, and this is the area of the project. So I would like to show it very quickly. You can see it in black and white. There is the system of the empties and the full of the empty areas and the full areas. And then there is this direct pathway that shows that it is quite narrow. It dates back to the medieval time, and that district recalls a reflection on the historical empties by means of a contemporary project which is based on these historical empties. The virtual world shows a system of prefiguration. It's something, that is based on our mindset. And the prefiguration makes use of technologies. I learned architecture by means of designs, plastic designs, systems of miniaturization. So we work with scales that we can control with designs, but they are nothing but simulations. Schools of architecture never do the work. All students work on simulations. BIM, nowadays, it is, an IT system that allows to model all the different constructions with the specifications, the quantities, the costs, and so on, is a technology that allows to control a system. It is a conceptual system. So the virtual world, the real world, the virtual world is transformed into the real world. So the work of the architect is transferred to the constructions, to the dwellings. The world of constructions is a world that can be built up from scratch, but it can also be transformed or adapted by means of a project. This is the final goal of the job of an architect, which is basically going back to the inhabited work of a bad area of the city that can be revamped. This is the ground floor, and this will become the main road, and we proposed to create a slightly tilted square, 6%, and on the right-hand side we're going to have an open cafeteria, which is going to be managed by an organization in charge of managing both the cafeteria and other services. And then we've got a ramp going up towards the media library. And the project includes a pathway which is 3 meters, 3.5 meters, so there is enough room for a car. Then there is the volume of the media library. It's a hall, it's not too big. Then there is the tilted square. On the right-hand side, we can see the cafeteria. And above it and below it, there are some spaces of those who work in the academia. And this is an open space because the volume has got glass panes. So you can see glass panes that reflect the castle, which is the icon of the city, which is hidden. We're talking about very narrow pathways. So you may go up and say, I do not see the castle itself, but the image of itself. So as Magli was saying, this is not a pipe, but it is the image of a pipe. And then, if you turn around, you can see the real castle with the tissue of the historical city. And here, I would like to show you a side passage. There is a glass pane gallery, and there is also a connection with the media library and the space of the Academy of the Seniors. You can see, you can visit it inside. Then there is the corner, and you can get onto the square. We can go around. Here we can see the real castle on the hill. And then there is the main road. You can walk along the main road. You can see the image of the castle, which stretches over time. And at night time, since it is the icon of the city, it is fully lit up. And you can see that the upper part of the hall is lit up as well. So there is this overlapping of the life inside and the aspect of the city outside. So we've got the real icon of the city, which is reflected into this building. And then there is a third moment, a third step. And I would like to talk about the job of the architect. And here I would like to show you another project, the project of a memorial of a battle. Why am I showing it to you? Because nowadays we live in a very complex time. We said it before, we live in a world of uncertainty, of fragmentation, geopolitical fragmentation and ideological fragmentation. We live in a moment in which we are among utopias, as we heard before. The utopia of the European Bauhaus. It is a project, a proposal, a paradigm to overcome the climate crisis that talks about co-creation, that talks about participation of the project opening I worked on a project concerning the loggia after the revolution of the Garofoli in our area. So it is a project that produced 459 dwellings, and we worked on a low density topic, a high density topic. So small expectations but high density.
Tema abbastanza interessante.
But when it comes to participation architecture, it's very interesting and particular topic that is now being talked about. New European Bauhaus, it's a new topic, it's a new vision. What can we envision? A transition towards a net zero society. Well, that's not easy, that's a challenge, but this is a transition that will have an impact on sustainability. According to the new European Bauhaus, there will be environmental consequences, undoubtedly, and it's not a minor topic for architecture, because from carbon footprint to a net zero footprint, so a transition from a linear market towards a circular market. So there is a challenge, a very strong challenge that has been felt. We can see all the resistance that were against it. So it's a social transition as well. The European Union says this, right? No one will be left behind, so everybody will be on board, otherwise there will be no transition. So that's why I'm talking about this momentum, this utopia of one hand. On the other hand, war is here again. War is a real-time event. We can watch it on TV, but to me, it's an agony. It's a sort of suffering, a deep suffering, a distortion of civilization. Because so carbon is the element that pushes war. When you say, for instance, when you watch Mariupol, all the buildings that were burnt, right? Carbon energy, or the energy used for tanks, for planes, carbon. The only exception is nuclear, not carbon-based, but hopefully it would be just a bullying topic and not a real one topic, because otherwise things will change. But we're witnessing here, this is the place where a battle took place, late 14th century. There wasn't even Spain, there was Castilla, and the Kingdom of Castilla towards the throne of Portugal, and then some regions. There was a war, lasted 2-3 years, and that's the memorial of the Battle of Atoreiros. So this project this battle took place in 1384. So war in the third millennia is outdated, is something of the past to my mind, but it's present and maybe will continue as well. So as you can see, there is a square there. I'm going to show you it on the slide. So this is a garden. In the inferior part, there is a square. It's a volume, parallelepiped, and it's basically the gateway from the historical center and a newer neighborhood, 4 kilometers. That's the battlefield. And actually, there aren't many archaeological artifacts, but the memorial, that's the place of the memorial. So the challenge was creating a dialogue between the garden and the memorial which closes, because actually this memorial is a sort of bunker. It's a fortress, brutal fortress. That is the machine of war, the war machine, using a low-tech technology, but it's really interesting because this is just soil. It's present everywhere. So basically ardesia is used for when it rains, because otherwise water erodes the soil. So this is a fortress. That's our proposal, sort of bunker, a machine, a war machine, carved not in the middle, a little bit to the side, because there is a clashing, a military clashing between an army that is more powerful compared to the other one. It doesn't matter who actually won the battle, but the clash took place, and so we thought about the memorial as a speaking memorial 600 years ago. It's a memory, but it's a shared memory of this hall, the hall between the garden and the city. But the hall is a contradiction, a paradox, because it looks like a house, right? So when you go through it, actually, it's a very trivial thing, but lots of people pass through it every day, and that's the time where you feel that memory, the collective memory of those who lost their lives in this absurdity of war is there. This is a building, a prospect. This is the vision, the image towards the garden, because that's the plan. It's clay court. The garden is over there. To the left, bookshop. There are many visitors, tourists, or students from schools. Then to the right, they enter. There is a circle. The memory of the battle is a audiovisual description, so thanks to technology, there is a dark space. The visit lasts 15 minutes for everybody to understand why the war happened, and then people go out. And basically this is a bunker. And there's a bench. They can sit down. They can think about what they've just seen, and reflect on this memory, battle, war. You can see it from here, but to the right there is this section, and it's basically a reflection. It's a virtual reflection, description, and to this regard, the virtual world. Well, short story, Upland University, Los Angeles, almost 60% of architecture graduates go to work at Hollywood studios, or even more gaming industry, because they need them to produce images. Architects continue working on the virtual world and not on the real one. So the world of gaming, for instance, is virtual. And this is a topic that speaks to us all. Where is the threshold between the virtual and the real world? Where is this separation? Because everything is so embedded, is so blurred, that kids, for instance, I have lots of grandchildren, and their screen time has an effect on them as well. So, and they are affected by it. So this is a challenge as well as architects. In the US, 60% of architecture graduates go to build virtual cities. So this bunker, ends with a park, and this is the bench. You can see it. Kids, students can stop there for a while, take a look at the garden. And the garden was designed through a landscape project with an analogy between the battlefield, so where the attackers were, the invaders from Castilla were, and the fence, and then Portugal, and there was a small river between the two of them. So there you can think about how to dwell. And this is truly a bunker with a bench, a very long bench where you can sit down, stop, pause, contemplate, ponder, because the architect has the task of shaping the world, the places people live in. And it's not just about building spaces, but also thinking how spaces can transform and turn people's lives into something else. So I believe this was tackled in previous speeches as well. I believe this is the true challenge of an architect. We know that the shape of knowing architecture is a whole world of disciplinary or interdisciplinary, for instance, cross-cutting sectors. When it comes to architecture education, this is a very holistic discipline, a holistic education, because at the end of the day, architecture affects people's lives. So I started my speech saying the life of construction depends on the life within, so the life of the architect. So the task of the architect is thinking about the place of a place of life, how to build and dwell with life within. The architect needs to take care of life in relation with building, in relation to building. So if the life outside depends on life inside, well, the architect needs to take care of the life inside to strike a balance with the life outside as well of the built environment. So as Georgia Campbell said, she wrote a wonderful book, When the House Burning. It's about Europe. What is left? Well, chaos. And there is another small article in which it is stated that it's no longer politics meant as polis, pure architecture. The city is a common ground for the sharing of citizenship, of inclusion, namely polis. That's the possible desire of a renaissance for architecture. I believe we are going through a historical time. Sometimes I think, what happened in the 15th century, 16th century? What happened with the Renaissance? It was a European phenomenon, but then now it's widespread all over the world. So utopia, I believe architects are there to build. War destroys city, buildings, housing, and those who live behind those who live inside there. So let's leave war to military, to the troops. We believe that there could be a renaissance in architecture. We're optimistic. Thank you.
Allora, prima di passare alla pausa per...
Before going to our lunch break, I would like to call on stage Camilla Chamorro and our other guests here. Gonzalo is already on stage. I would like to ask you a final question. But I would like to call you on stage for a beautiful group picture as well. Our curator, Camilla. I believe that all the mics are open. Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank all of you that are attending this conference. You were able to find time to stop and think with us. Thank you. Thank you to those who caught a plane. They landed at 5 p.m. yesterday and they were here just for a 24-hour stay. Thank you very much, architects, for your time. So, our goal is having new questions and finding answers. So this is a reflection that stems from your interventions. Very often you talked about healing, house, home, taking care of it, the care of the house, home. So I was talking, the doctor, unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here with us today, but we were talking about the fact that sometimes care is just the final stage of healing, right? And over your speeches, you talked about disruption, separation, destruction. So maybe these moments in which, the evil is apparent, but then little by little, you start going towards a healing stage. So, as architect Birner was saying in conclusion, hopefully this awareness, this of a disruption could be a momentum for a new renaissance, right? Or rebirth. So I would like to start with Master Cabrita Reis, while mentioning a Brazilian poet who just one sentence. So he states, art exists because life is not enough. So with regards to your speech, what is that thing that cannot be said, that cannot be seen of the house seen by an artist? So in your job, so the artist lives, dwells in the house as a world. So what is there that we're not seeing? Oh God. God. You can't see God. So let's say we built our idea of God taking inspiration from ourselves, which is why we believe to an endless life, a continuity. There is this hope, as Gonzalo was saying, a rebirth. When we look at the world, at house, we imagine the house as the model of a world invisible. Right? Yes, invisible. So we believe in God. We created this God because in ourselves there is His existence, but we live in this dilemma. So in this fragmentation, some of us believe in an entity, in God, others don't. But He's a subject. He's a divisive subject, right? But at the same time, is a subject that can help us come together. So it's the invisible. He's invisible, but He supports. He supports the last part of relation between us. But at the same time, He takes this away from us, for instance, language, right? So God is present in different shapes. It's a shadow, but at the same time, it's light, and it's light with a shadow part in it. It's light, but there's an invisible part in it. So this is this shallow answer that I can give you to your question. Thank you very much. It's so difficult to speak after you. Okay. Photographer Francesca Iovene. During your speech, you talked about posture, traces, memory. I would like to delve into the photography of memory. So my remark is, when a specific moment is taken with a picture, right? Does it mean we are fixing a certain time so it becomes permanent, or does it mean we are eliminating it? These are open questions, obviously. So these are two complementary things, two sides of the same coin. I don't know if we can actually delete time. Maybe we could change register and talk about an interior time, which is more indefinite. But permanent, saying, okay, I take picture of this building, let's say, for this building to be eternal in my memory. Well, yes, it stays in the memory of its time, but there could be a time when the building is no longer there. So the photography could also highlight a reverse situation. The world is changing and the photography itself is changing as well. So I believe we can speak about an interior time. This is something we internalize with a photo that stays until we stay. And then, yes, obviously, yes, then maybe we can give this photo to another person. Maybe I'm circling back to the topic. Yes, you can pass down a photo. It's a digital archive, but we are the ones that have a more definite life. Our life ends before architecture, usually. So yes, these things are true, but they depend on each one of us. All right, so I would like to continue with this idea of permanent. Architect Alessandro, Rafa, during your speech you talked about emergency situations and conditions, and usually what is temporary becomes permanent. So you've talked about paradigm grammar. So my question is, do you think that this paradigm about something that is temporary standardization, a rapid building, a construction, can this be conceived since the beginning as permanent? Yes. To my mind, yes. Still, I must say something. Well, it depends on how we conceive the time of the project. You know, like if you're a historian, Gonzalo was saying it, there is a certain concept of history. We as architects work with contemporary concept of time. So there is a multiple nature of time, and this is part of the art of construction and building. But having said this, on the one hand, there is a certain trend towards disappearance. It's a sort of, we feel guilt about something, about what was done in the past. There is a wonderful book by Guido Morselli. This is Dissipatio HG. HG stands for the human genre. So it's about a man who wakes up in a world where humankind has disappeared. And the book tells the story of how this person with his dog crosses the world looking for all the memories, all the traces that related him to the world that no longer exists. But at the same time, he comes back to his house, holiday house, to try and understand what he can find of the world that has disappeared. For instance, shoes, clothes, and this makes me think that we are the ones who give meaning to history, to project it in the future, but we are the ones who choose how to look at this thing. We can choose the context or the geological eras. It depends on us, on how we look at time and how we internalize time in what we do. For my background, I'm used to collecting traces as an archaeologist almost, and then starting from this, I built a thought. I believe today is not always the case. Depends on how we look at time. It's not just designing, saying, okay, I reduce CO2 emission, and this is the starting point of my project. Okay, yes, maybe we could decrease the gas emissions, so on and so forth. We could live more, but it's not just about this. It's how we take a look at time. All right, so circling back to what was said before, the house, in the house, the protagonist looks for the object. So Camilla Chamorro, architect, compared to the project that you've presented today, what we asked is, in this repetition of the same thing, of modularity, where is the space of diversity?
That was one of the challenges of the project, how to get to flexibility. The system is flexible enough that the designer, architects, and everyone can take the system and do own architectural design. But I think we aim that with this project, like we have this catalog, this grid where we include different uses, different solutions for facade and different solutions for roofs, and we're talking that this system is able to meet solutions for urban solutions, architectural solutions, but also fit-out solutions. So we are going from this big scale to the minimum scale in which every category we have. For example, in the urban scale, we are able to have like medium, low and high-rise solutions. For the architectural solutions, we see that the buildings are able to have different facade, roof, also different uses like hotel, student residence. And for the interiors, that I think is like the one more attached to the human, no? It's like you can select different materials, different finishes, different colors, and of course there are some rules in this game of Lego, no? It's not, but I think it's like a balance, a combination between standardization and customization. And I think like other industry that, as I was mentioning in the presentation, they are able to have these universal languages in some pieces, and some other are the ones that you can customize and be able to customize and have this personal or your personal design. And I think that should be the aspiration, no? To have like this universal language between all the industries. And yeah, I think we are getting there, and this is like the beginning of that language.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your answer. In actual fact, what came out from the answers, and this is what basically I grasped in the speech by architect Gonzalo Bierne, is this sense of being lost, of feeling lost. And this happens when we have to deal with history. So I would like to draw from philosophy. We couldn't invite a philosopher. Maybe in Oporto we will do it, but the Nietzsche philosopher distinguishes among the different types of history. So he distinguishes among three different types of history: archaeological history, which is the one that roots into humankind's the feelings of the past, and it is proposed as a tradition and historical justification of the life, of the events of a population. And then he identifies the monumental history, which concerns the higher manifestations of the history of humans. So he believes that if those big events were possible in the past, then they can be considered as important in the future as well. And in the end, and here I would like to reach the concept of critical history, which is basically the history that searches for a break, a judgment, a condemn of the history as the only condition to be projected towards the future. So my question as to the time of the project of architecture is, at the time of history, I mean, considering the time of history, if we consider ourselves as in the role of the architect, do we have to feel lost or what? Feeling lost. In Portuguese, we've got a similar word, but I don't know whether I can pass this exam, because you all were good, you gave the right answer, but, you know, we talked about Nietzsche, but I'm not a philosopher. So here we consider philosophy a lot, but, you know, maybe I have to try to understand the relationship between architecture and philosophy. But I quite like this division into three types of history. So the ones that you mentioned. But I would like to go back and say it's quite interesting to understand what a project is. So a project can be different things. So a project can be a sort of process. There is a transformation in a project. But this vision is then reflected into a work. There is always a past, there is always this historical vision. For example, if I consider my relationship with archaeology, well, I believe it is quite interesting. But in certain experiences, there are some difficulties in having a dialogue with archaeologists. And this is true. But when we talk about a dialogue, we are talking about a problem of radical decisions. In Italy, for example, you've got the issue, the problem of archaeology a little bit everywhere. But I remember that there was a guy, I can't remember his name, he was the leader of archaeology in Rome for 30 years. Honestly, I can't think of his name. But he wrote some articles and a nice book, which is called In the Reality of the Naked Stone. Honestly, I can't think of his name. But basically, this person says that in Rome, when a work must be implemented, and I'm thinking about an infrastructure, for example, which is important for the life of the city, then you dig and then you find something. So the archaeology services of Rome that cannot go everywhere, the first thing that they say is let's close the hole because we need to study what there is underneath. So we block the need for infrastructures, which is important for a city. But maybe 10 years later, could it be La Ricci, Andreina Ricci, Mrs. Andreina Ricci? Yes, this lady said something very interesting. 10 years later, she goes there, and the hole that was opened up has cancelled the ruin that was underneath because it was exposed. So it is important to put some dirt on top of that to avoid the erosion. And she says that this decision is very important because it has to be a shared decision. So it's not that the archaeologist is the owner of the city and of the memory of the city, because inside the city there are lots of different cities. So the inclusive city, the ghetto, and so on. There is the historical city, the memorial city, but also the live city. And the live city is the city of the people who live in the city, who inhabit the city. That's why life is so important. Andreina Ricci says that this decision must be shared also with the protective bodies, the protective authorities, because they've got a responsibility towards the city. So it is important to create a relationship between the importance of the historical discovery and the life of the city, and this is very interesting. I think this is reflected into the Nietzsche's view. The monumental vision is interesting as well because the memorial of a battle is a sort of monument. Monument considered as a historical moment. A historical moment is something that is fixed over time. And to be a monument, it must be available, and the whole of the community must be able to pay for the monument as well as for its maintenance, which is costly. So you stop the moment, but in order to stop that moment, you need maintenance, and there is a cost for the society, which must accept that there is a cost behind it. So the monument is important, but again, it has to record the dimension of the society. There is a critical vision, but I would like to say something else. Because the project, the construction, you know, once a building has been completed, it stays over time in its solitude. What does it mean? Emmanuel says, the more qualitative the project is, the stronger it will last over time. There is no eternal building. Even the pyramids have got a huge history of millions of years, but of thousands of years. But what is important is the quality, because the quality makes a building last longer. And we have to understand what life is going to do about that. And this is a big question mark. It is a topic that can be tackled by artists quite easily, but we don't know what architects say. We know that we have to do our best as architects to make a building last over time. It has to be comfortable, but it also has to have a poetic vision. But this poetic vision, this poetic ability depends on those who live in that building. And this is quite interesting for the history of architecture. Thank you. You passed your test with top marks. We've got 45 minutes for lunch break, and then we will start again with Valentina Castaldini, Simone Sfriso, Renato Capozzi, Adrian Paci, Enrico Conte, and we will conclude with the music of Francesco Piovan. See you later.
Rarefatto. Ah, sono io? Parto da... Una casa è un cappello.
A house is a very large hat. A house is a hat with a white wing for the joy or for the pain. It is a hat like a house can be of straw or a cotton. It can be of leather or of nylon. A hat like a house can be of plastic or leather. So in this case, there is a difference between a hat and a house. A hat can be made with a leather from another animal that is not ours, but a house that is ours is made up of our skin. So over 20 years of poetry, I've written a lot about houses. Some of them moved like tides, while some others were like rain. So it was just like as if they were raining. So houses were raining or crying together with my pain. I wrote about the house where I lived with my parents, and and I wrote about the moment in which I had to dismantle it. When I dismantled the house, it dismantled me as well. I wrote about houses that get married or those who would like to invite us to their places, to their houses, but they don't have a house. I wrote about people, about houses who are like heads. Sometimes they are messy. And when I say a house, because it is, I said house because it is too big to keep it in our mouth. I changed the house many times in my life. I changed many times hat. This is what I'm trying to say. My current house in Lisbon, the house is not mine, but my skin is mine inside of it. So near there is a small square full of flowers. Then the refrigerator has got hanging words like the wings of a white hat. So the hat is like a house. You can read that on my refrigerator when you go there. The verse in the book goes on like that. The hat is like a house that is cleaned up when memory sets chaos. So memory is very important. I put my body in a warm place. In the book, the poet goes on. In the hat, memory goes on. Memory goes on under the hat, which is inside the house. We can change a house 1,000 times, and the house may never become ours according to the bureaucracy of the world. But what makes the house we live in? If life is glad with us, if we feel comfortable, if we can have a house like a hat, what does it turn a house into our house? Well, it is us who choose the flowers to put in the windows or the pictures to put on the walls, and we choose the people who put with ourselves in our bed. So not having a house is like not drinking water to have a walk in the desert. Not having a house is like being a fish that cannot swim. A house is the only hat possible in the world. A house is the only exit way from the traffic, from the communication with the world. A house is the only silence that belongs to us. A house is and should be the only decision that we should make. In a house, we can be naked because a house knows everything about us. In a house, we don't need to confess ourselves to the walls. In a house, we do not need to be silent. In a house, we want to make sure that a house is as we want it to be. There is no competition, no pain. A house knows what we did wrong and what we did correct. A house is there for us all the time, and a house is never empty. A house made of skin is never empty. It's preferable to have a house that is well attended rather than an invaded house. In a house, there should never be an aggressor. In a house, there should never be anyone who doesn't bring love of all the dreams. In a house, there should be never a person who doesn't take his head off at the entrance. There should never be anyone who is naked from prejudice. There should be no anyone who is armed. So a house is the place we will go back when everything fails. So the love for everyone, or the love of everybody, or the house of everybody else. So humans should have a house for themselves, not just a room. This is by Virginia Woolf. So our house should become a house that invites, a house invited by another house, by our house. Will feel good if the two houses go hand in hand. So building up a house should be simple, just making love. Building up a house should be something good, something happy. It should be a project, not of engineering, of architecture, but it should be an audacious and foolish project. And this is why, from a house, from a love, we should never push it away. And this is why a house like love should never be pushed away. But life changes, and we change a lot as well. Sometimes from love, sometimes from a house. So what does it happen to an abandoned house? Every time I change the house, sometimes because I wanted to change the city or life, or sometimes because the landlords wanted me to leave, I said goodbye to my house. I thanked it, not only inside of me, but also out loud. I spoke to it out loud as if it was here with me, because houses are there with us all the times. This is an excerpt of The Soul of Houses of Philippa Leal. I don't know whether you grasped the meaning. This is my translation in Italian, but there is also the English version, and we will send them to you. And it is a very beautiful piece of poetry. Thank you. Thank you. Now, let's start again with the speakers of the afternoon. Let's start from Valentina Castaldini, manager in the hospitality sector with over 10 years of experience in the operational management of complex structures in the luxury and student housing segments. With a degree in sociology, she holds a master's degree in economics and tourism management, and currently holds the position of resident manager, CX Venice Mestre Campus and Hotel, where she manages a hybrid hotel student residence facility. Her approach and operational management, integrated behavioral analysis, work organization and optimization of spaces and flows to improve efficiency, margins, and quality of experience for guests and the community. She also taught at the Ca' Foscari University. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking architect Donantoni and architect Cremascoli for thinking about me to be able to hold a speech to this symposium, and ST Group for this opportunity. It is an opportunity for me to grow up, because up to now, what I've seen, what I've listened to, has given me the inputs or food for thought for enriching what I was going to say in the afternoon. I hope I can make a speech that makes sense. It is in between abstract and tangible. So we have something more tangible, more real as compared to what I said before. So I hope I can capture your attention with some real life examples in the field. So I tried to give a title to my speech, which is Global Framework for the Design of Dwells, bespoke and transversal dwells. So I wanted to build up a process by means of these four keywords: outlining, building, dwelling, and shaping, to have a framework for designing dwells that are transversal under a cultural and geographical point of view, and that can be personalized. Because the idea is to create a sort of grammar of spaces by means of design that focuses on the final users. Because when we develop a project, we have to think about the requests of our customers, and we have to do that in a very in-depth way. I'm saying that under an entrepreneurial and operational point of view. So if I wanted to talk to an architect to build up a building, or to use some modules of industrialized modules, I mean, if I were the customer, I would talk to the architect and I would say, I need a building like this, I need modules like that, because I need to provide a service. It could be a hotel, a five-star hotel, or it could be a student facility, or, you know, if I am in a city, in a town that needs social housing, I could talk to an architect. So when I am a business, I've got some goals, and the goals are meeting the needs of my final customer. In the hotel world, we call it customer experience, and we have to reach the customer satisfaction. So inside these spaces, I must be able to provide services in an efficient and effective way. So there must be an operational effectiveness inside of these spaces, and it must be guaranteed, and there must be a certain agility for my workers as well. Because the idea is to have an optimization of the costs and a profitability, because at the end of the day, the whole of the design process that starts from a concept and that is then implemented is based on the fact that I am building something up. And me, as an architect, as an engineer, I am selling this product to a customer, and this customer is selling this facility to some others to make money. And therefore, it is important to consider the profitability for a company. For this reason, I try to think about the concept of dwelling under two different points of view. So the domestic existential dimension, so the dimension of the guest, the dimension of the person who will live into these spaces, like for example in a house or in another facility for a shorter period of time, depending on the services that I wanted to provide, as well as the functional and professional dimension. So we're talking about domestic and working living spaces. So the first one, as well as the second one, depend on the type of facility, of structure that I'm going to create. So if I've got a five-star hotel, the type of services that I'm going to provide to my customer is going to be much different as compared to what I would give to a student structure. And why is that? Because a five-star hotel has got rooms with furniture of certain type, then we've got catering services or other services that are very different as compared to a student hospitality structure. So all of the works must be conceived from the beginning, because based on that we design how flows have to go, have to be, how people have to go, so we will see some examples later on anyway. As a consequence, the flow of these four keywords that we saw before, outlining, building, dwelling, and shaping, is transformed into a design process that has to take into consideration different aspects, such as the architecture and design, that has to go through an experiential focus of the forecast of the life lived by users and customers inside a space, then the relationship of the spaces with the end users, the management of the operations inside this this building, this village, then building up, and then the impact that everything has got on the operational workforce. So in this way, we will create an ecosystem starting from the design process. So we will search for students, we will analyze their behaviors, we will try to conceive a space that can be adaptable over time through a very specific technical design, and we have to create an experience design for our customers. And the framework we were talking about before becomes user-centered. So the main focus of the whole process is the user. It could be a guest, it could be a worker, or a customer, the customer who is asking us to create something. So the environment that we're going to create must meet the needs of the people who will live in it. I must say that in all of that, and I will explain later on what I have written here, I mean, when I saw the project for DST Group and ZETHAUS, I was very enthusiastic about that because I saw an opportunity of personalization and standardization at the same time. Because my idea was to propose a product and implement a product that is extremely adaptable at international level and for different needs. For example, the larger hotel chains have got certain requirements. They've got as a requirement the standardization, as well as the possibility to get connected to the identity of the place where they open up a new facility. And this type of industrialized construction gives the possibility to produce something that is very similar one with the other in the different places it is located. But at the same time, there is a personalization, a connection to the territory and to the environmental and cultural characteristics of the population. So I was very enthusiastic about that because as compared to a building that is static and stable also over time, also because there are some spatial and urban boundaries, an architecture of this type can be reconfigured and adapted over time according to the different needs that may change over time. So back to the design process, these four keywords, so outlining, building up, dwelling as a process of analysis concerning how to live in the space, and shaping. Here I wrote some keywords, but it's not really my field. We had to think about a program of managing flows, of managing spaces, and in the construction phase we have to think about the implementation quality. And I'm talking about materials because materials change based on the service that I'm going to provide and based on the type of facility that I'm going to create, and I will talk about that later on for the student housing because it gives us some interesting inputs. So in the design, the analysis of the perceptive qualities through an analysis of how the customer will perceive the spaces that we're going to build up through a modeling. In the process of designing, we have to understand which ones will be the uses of the spaces that I'm going to create, as well as the experiences that customers will live in these spaces. So it is important to map the experiences in the time of the customer, because the pathways covered by a customer inside a space could be different. I mean, they could arrive, they could stay there, they could be static, they could be based on movement, and then there is the departure. So there is an emotional flow in the space which must be supported, accompanied to produce a fluid experience. So it is important to analyze users in an in-depth way, their behaviors that change according to their ages, to their cultural origins. So it is possible to say that students between 20 and 25 may have common behaviors, but they're not common to everybody, because we are talking about different cultures. So it is important to identify a common shared language to give the possibility to everybody to personalize it. And then we need to analyze the timings. In Venice, people stay at a hotel for 2 to 5 days, and the need of a student facility is completely different. I mean, students spend about 6 months up to years in a student's facility. So it is just like their own place. So the space is completely different. And we have to anticipate the changes in the behaviors as well, because the student who comes there on the first day tend to be a bit isolated, and they will change their behavior over time. They will create a community. So spaces have to contribute to create a community. And the whole design process must be around some key ideas that I reported here. So we have to start thinking about the potential that we wanted to express when we design a project. And then we need to implement that. I mean, we can change the order. We could have outlining, dwelling, shaping, and then building. But building basically is the implementation of our idea. So we have to base everything on people. And now let's talk about operations, which is my field. In the operations, we have to start thinking in a tangible way about the operational functions. So how the different spaces will be used, and the policies, the technical specifications to provide a certain service. What is the technical management of the spaces? Because based on what I create, let's not think about a dwelling module or an industrialized construction aimed to be furnished like a room, but let's think about a module that must be transformed, let's say, in a warehouse, in a technical room, in a filter room between one space and the other. So based on their target, based on their use, the management, the technical management of the space will be different. And under a creative point of view, it is important to shape spaces. We have to observe starting from the beginning based on our experience and understand which ones are the operations in those spaces. We have to base ourselves on the continuous adjustment, the continuous improvement of the operations inside the spaces. So this is a loop that starts and ends continuously inside the operations. So operations are connected to the workforce. We can say that if we talking about industrialized construction and the impact that they have on the environment and on the society, when we think about these aspects, we have to think about the impact that they have on workers. So we're talking about society, we're talking about people. So we're not talking about just domestic living, but also professional living. So when workers leave spaces, they have to be productive and live in them in the best of the ways. How can we do that? We can try to foresee and organize workspaces in an optimal way so that they can be happy about them. So in the outlining, we can think about mapping the different operations that the individuals will have inside these spaces. So we can have some technical rooms, so we can have relationships between the technical rooms, the warehouses, as well as the working activities connected to receptions, catering, and so on, and what has got an impact on the customers. So we had to build up a structure, a facility that can be maintained and that is sustainable over time. It has to be safe, accessible, and functional for the facility management. What happens very often is that there are buildings that are very beautiful in terms of the design, but they are not functional under an operational point of view because of the materials that were chosen or because of the dimensions of the spaces that have to be used by workers and users. When I talk about the choice of materials, I talked about maybe we choose some surfaces, some colors that are very attractive, but in terms of maintenance, they might be very pricey to maintain. And under an entrepreneurial point of view, this is something that we have to consider because I can save when I purchase a building, but then if I have some huge operational costs, then this doesn't become sustainable, or I spend a lot at the beginning, but I will still spend a lot in the end. So the choice of the right material, and I would like to give you an example for the student housing. So when I've got some shared spaces and I choose some paintings that are not suitable, and I know it because of my experience, I studied the type of customers, I studied what happens there. If I use a standard washable painting, it gets ruined after a little while, so I will need to paint the walls again and again, year after year, and this will cost a lot. But if from the beginning I choose a surface that is washable, some tiles, and I have to put together the experience, the need of the customer and the experience of the architect and the engineer, I can find a meeting point. So at the beginning I will spend maybe a little bit more, but then I will not have an impact, or maybe I will have an impact, but in a longer period of time. So I don't need to provide maintenance every year, but maybe every 3 years. So these are some aspects that I need to take into consideration from the beginning. I have to take into consideration the operational conditions, how long people have to stay in a certain area. I had to understand the lighting, the ventilation, and I have to give the right layout to the flows that we identified, so there is an impact on the workers. So for customers, we decided to have some easily to follow pathways, and we had to do the same thing for workers. They needed to understand very quickly what kind of pathways they have to follow, how they do their work in a safe way. And here there is a fundamental point, which is about safety at work, or the technical characteristics concerning fire prevention safety, or all the electric appliances, or the air conditioning appliances. These are all elements we had to analyze from the very beginning, and they have to be implemented when we need to build up. Because very often we have buildings that have got no warehouses, or they've got rooms that we wanted to use as warehouses, but in actual fact they are technical rooms, and we cannot use them as warehouses, and this leads to problems connected to the fire prevention. So if I analyzed from the beginning what is necessary, and I talked to my customer and I talked about how to distribute the rooms, the rules and regulations of the different countries allow me to build up some spaces inside the building that are suitable to that kind of use. In the case of an industrialized construction, earlier we said that some modules can be personalized with walls, with materials that can be changed according to the different types of situations we live in. We have a room that could be used as a technical room today, so it has to meet certain standards, certain requirements for fire prevention, for health and safety, and maybe tomorrow I have to transform it into a warehouse. So you, as a company, do you give me the possibility to transform it into something else if I go from the top and then I reach a bottom down and I do a bottom down approach? I mean, this leads to a very interesting advantage. So this is just to say that we have to build up key rooms, key spaces, based on suitable materials, ventilation, controlled acoustics, spaces that can be divided into modules. Earlier, for example, I saw the construction of modules in a beautiful green space. It was like a village. And then there is an analysis when you build up a tourist village. And I said, okay, when we've got lots of different dwelling modules distributed along a surface, and I have to provide lots of different services, for example, the cleaning, the room cleaning services, where are the warehouses? How can the cleaners reach the rooms? I mean, I have to try to connect all of these spaces with suitable surfaces, because cleaners make use of trolleys. If I put pebbles on the ground, cleaners cannot go there, and because of that there are higher costs, because if I've got a floor like that, the cleaning service will ask for more money, or the instruments that I will use will deteriorate much faster. This is something we have to think about before, just like maintenance. Let's think about the student house. I mean, we know that the students spoil things. They tend to personalize in a creative way spaces if they do not find something that is ready to use. As a consequence, when I say, okay, I want to do something beautiful for students with modern pieces of furniture, I mean, everything is fine, but first, they don't have to be pricey. Then I have to be able to change the pieces one after one in a rapid way, and they do not have to be overly pricey. Then I need to have some warehouses where I can keep all the spare parts, and maintenance people must be able to come in a non-invasive way and to do the replacements, because we are getting into the private room of a customer, and sometimes they're not very willing to let a maintenance person in, even to change a lamp bulb. So we need to take into consideration all of these aspects to make everything more fluid. As far as personalization is concerned, earlier we were talking about how to transform these spaces into cross-cutting spaces, so suitable for everybody, yet they have to be lived in a much more personalized way. So an idea could be to create washable surfaces, surfaces that can be replaced in a very rapid way, and students can personalize them in a very quick way. So I find walls with plenty of stickers, and then cleaners are angry because they cannot remove them, so a maintenance person must intervene, and you know, this is quite pricey, it is time consuming. and costly. As a consequence, when we have a project, first we need to have an operational mapping of what we're going to set up in a project, which is based on the operations and the workers. So we need to define the structure of the work that is going to be done, provided in the hospitality building that we are building up, and then we need to understand how to provide maintenance, and then we have to model the space on the processes and vice versa. Those who are, the executives have to have some specific environments, and then I had to build up an operational experience. Architect Rafa proposed different pictures with different environments, and we understood the impact of certain types of buildings. One of the things that we had to think about is, okay, it is good to build up something nice, something cool. I mean, I saw some pictures that are very beautiful, but then I say, and this is something that I've got for myself. I mean, I saw windows placed in weird positions. So my question was like, how can I clean them? So we need to think forward also in the design phase, because there are some examples. I searched on the internet, but there are some examples of architecture that is extremely beautiful. Social housing, that is maybe futuristic, but then it doesn't work because the maintenance cost is very high. So we need to create a balance between the use and the scope of the project that we are implementing, because it must be beautiful, it must requalify the city, but it has to be sustainable under different points of view. So the needs of private customers are different as compared to the needs of a public body. So we have to analyze the situation. What's the conclusion? We have to create an integrated dwelling framework, so houses everywhere that comply with these criteria. So we need to consider all the points that we saw before during the design phase, including the operations, and they have to be recognizable at global level. They have to be understandable under any intercultural point of view. This means that we need to create a visible signs that can be shared and understood by everybody, understood by different ages, and then shared areas should be considered as well. Then they have to be sustainable under an operational point of view, and then they have to be personalized. I mean, I've got some other examples, but we don't have enough time. But anyway, I hope I managed to give you some interesting inputs in the afternoon. Thank you.
Simone Sfriso è un architetto.
Simone Sfriso is an architect, graduated at Iuav di Venezia from 2019 to 2010. He was visiting professor at the INSTP Yaoundé, Cameroon, and UTP Loja, Ecuador. In 2019, he was appointed ambassador for Italian design by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Italy. From 2020, he's been visiting professor at the University of Portsmouth, United Kingdom, and since 2025, he's been visiting professor at the New York Institute of Technology. Simone Sfriso is a co-founder of Tommaso Ciatti, a team of architects and researchers whose design solutions all over the world aim at improving the lives of people and places, enhancing communities, providing creative responses to climate change, combining quality and accessibility. This studio has had many awards, such as the Aga Khan Award for Architecture in 2013, the US Capricorn Prize, Cariston Design Prize in 2014, the Zumtobel Group Prize in 2014, the Italian Architect of the Year Award in 2017, the Lafarge Alchium Award in 2023, the Biennale of Architecture Pisa Award. TAM curated the Italy Pavilion at the 15th International Exhibition of Architecture, La Biennale Venice in 2016. Tommaso Ciatti currently works in Sudan, Kenya, Rwanda, Togo, Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, Qatar, and Italy. Congratulations, Simone, the floor is yours. All right, thank you. Thank you to DST Group. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to be here. I'd like to thank Roberto, Camilla. Thank you for sharing ideas. These are ideas we are thinking about together as we are reflecting on them. All right, so I am one of the co-founders of Tommaso Ciatti. We've been working for 25 years in the architectural world, architecture for social world, social sectors. We mainly work for nonprofit organizations, and then international cooperation, emergency, and other NGOs, as well as more structured and larger, for instance, UN Habitat, and so on and so forth. So our work led us this long journey from the north to the south of the world, and there were different projects that included master planning most recently for social housing, so different scale both on the African continent or closer to us, Bellinzona or Bologna. So the leitmotif was basically following our projects, the places where our project lead us to in the south of the world as well. One of the projects we continue being involved in, and that gave us the possibility to understand how to be architects. So this continuous movement between borders, physical borders that we can imagine really well, but also social boundaries. There are the places between inclusion, exclusion, access, or refusal of those basic human rights that should be shared among us all. So one of the many questions that we ask ourselves is, how can we place the boundaries of sustainability? I understand pretty well that sustainability is a sloppy word, is a word used by everybody. It's almost a marketing word. So if everything is sustainable, well, at the same time, paradox, nothing is truly sustainable. But we are aware that this is a word used by everybody, which is key. It became a shared concept, and it's important to give the right meaning to the word: environmental sustainability, social sustainability, economic sustainability. The world, there are there are different worlds, diverse worlds. Our world is the leading one. On the one hand, there is the world where most resources are there. In the other world, it's a static world. Italy, 46 age of average. Rwanda, a country we're working in, 19.8 years old. So you can understand how things are different in other places, in other worlds. There are other things that are happening, and I don't know if it's sure that these are labs for the future, but these are places in which future will take place. One of the topics that we share today is modularity, industrialization, standardization, optimization of processes that undoubtedly are great opportunities to gather and to think about this all together and exchange ideas. We did so. We had the opportunity to work in these places. These are places that express many other elements as well. The increase in population, I already talked about it. The housing demand. We can see some figures. Nigeria, 17 million housing units that are now necessary in a country whose population is bound to grow 58 million people by 2030. So you can understand that the global challenges are huge challenges. So in these places, we've been working with imperfect projects that must face the complex nature and the contradictions of these own places of with lots of questions and lots of needs. The idea of accessibility, modularity can be told through the projects I'm about to show you, not just as a reflection on industrial processes. Sometimes it's hard to pinpoint and to have this is hard to happen. It happens, but it's rather a work on processes. So streamlining is really the key word and the common word among these projects. Streamlining, optimization. Through all this, we were able to reduce complex nature, and we gave complex answers to complex situations. That's how it works. This is the last part of a hospital, the first hospital we carried out and we built for emergency, a heart center in Dar es Salaam. And then we were asked after it to create some units for the staff working in this hospital. We developed the first project. That is built according to traditional criteria of construction and economic analysis that led to interesting results. But at the same time, there was this mass of containers. They were used and they were no longer needed. They were used to bring machines and other parts, for instance, for the hospitals, equipment for the hospital needed to build the hospital itself. So the reflection was, let's cherish what it's here on the ground. These are containers. They reach their end of life, and these worker ants of globalization that we turned into housing units. So this is a very easy process, I dare to say. We worked with standard containers, 96 standard containers, and then other containers to have the cafeteria. We used 3 of them. We cut the walls in the central part of the container, and The prefabs were used for bathrooms. We did this in a place of important climate challenges. Temperatures can reach more than 50 degrees. So it's not easy to convince people to stay within an iron box, but especially how can you make an iron box inhabitable, so double roof. Very easy systems taken from local tradition as well to protect these boxes and avoid direct installation. And also finding a language relation with the traditional ways of building there. Vernacular architects, but also in general, we strive to find elements that relate to local communities. We're doing this through workshops, dialogue with physical places, social places we work in, and how projects adapt to opportunities and complexities of the places. These are some images and pictures you can see of the indoor, the cafeteria, and from there you can see the blue Nile. It's a very, very nice place. Evocative as well. We sought to calculate the footprint of the project when it comes to construction and building. 76 tons of CO2 emissions for this construction site, and then an offset, at least an attempt to offset the impact of the site with the forestation. We planted 162 trees in the garden, and thus reducing 30% of construction costs compared to the initial quote and estimates. And traditional ways of building. This is the larger scale project, a more ambitious one for the Kigali city. This is a project we developed with ASA, a team of young Italian architects based in Kigali, Rwanda, as well as other partners. It was a major leap, the major and the first master planning project we developed. Rwanda is a small country right in the middle of Africa. It's in the equatorial line. Landscape-wise, wonderful country. It's a country with an amazing and breathtaking environment. The country of 1,000 hills, that's the nickname. Internal migration dynamics. So people moving to Kigali. Kigali is the major city of Rwanda. Yes, as in many other metropoles in Africa, people moving from the rural areas to urban areas. So growth, basically. Uncontrolled growth when it comes to housing planning. Dar es Salaam, Rwanda. These are cities growing by 150,000 people per year, so everything happens quicker than design itself. Major outskirts, transition places, and obviously there is a lack of that network of physical and social infrastructure that bind together an urban community. There are other contradictions can be shown. You can see the picture, right? So it's a transition stage, because in the background you can see there are some Emiratish architectural style with skyscrapers over there. So we were working the Camilla hill. The municipality of Kigali gave us a good briefing, a demand to pay attention to the environmental part of the project and working on density to avoid possible soil consumption that is used for agricultural purposes, avoid sprawling problems that entail transportation problems. Road infrastructure is extremely difficult to manage and create and build. So how can high density be combined with a deep, intimate connection of the ruined community with the soil, with the hills, with nature? Extremely complex topic. This sense of community at the same time needed to be combined with the environmentally friendly lifestyle at least. So this is a park at the top of the hill. A very, very precious area from a real estate point of view, but they decided to turn it into a garden. So it's a garden all around the hill. It goes down with the slopes. Green system, soft mobility. So this is the system that binds together all the different elements of the master plan. Demand was extremely complex, so a project for 40,000 housing units, 40,000, it's almost a nonsense number. Responding to this demand, it was a very specific one. 30 square meters, some other 45, then other 60% social housing, 40% market housing. And market housing needs to pay back the social housing part. So it was a very intense project from a social inclusion and economic point of view. So we gave the only answer we thought was useful was thinking about a system, so creating a system that is modular, that can later be combined to carry out different solutions, starting from a brick, this 18 square meters module, combined to be declined into various types, as well as a complexity when it comes to settlement principles and residential ones. So this module later turns into house prefab of different sizes, high density, medium density to single houses, given to local population already that had already settled there. Those who used to live there will continue living there. They will not be displaced. They will be given the most precious houses. They are at the bottom of the hill, and so there is this livelihood community that continues. Other environmentally friendly solutions embedded in the project. You can see them in the slide. The idea that agriculture, crops are taken also within the houses, the buildings, gardens. So bringing that idea of green within the building itself. Above all, the idea is life happens in the spaces between buildings, right? That's what Christoph Alexander said in the 60s. architecture can be found on the background. Architecture is there, but it's among buildings, especially in African cities. This is where life happens, and that's maybe the most important part of the project itself, as well as other elements that are needed to connect the various parts of the project, the park, for instance. And then to conclude, this is another project, a school. In this case, we were asked to carry out this project by the German International Cooperation. The demand was creating a modular system to carry out schools, vocational schools, in Sudan, in the Darfur region. This is the first standard project, the first Al-Fashir prototype project was in Al-Fashir, and then it would be replicated in other cities as well. The idea is finding a system that can later be modulated and changed. It's flexible. It can later be adapted to different contexts and programs, as well as for a development when it comes to sizes within the single programs. As I was telling you, we're in the west part of Sudan, the Darfur region. The context is this. Fences, courtyard, houses, minimal architecture within a fence, the micro universe that protects itself from the macro universe that is the desert. And that's what Christian Albrecht says. A house. He wrote a book about those houses, thinking about Siena, but also Sudan as well. Physical context, these are the places in need, places where things are lacking. So the strategy is starting from simple things and building up complexities from simple things. Structure-wise, we took Sudanese architecture elements, this patio, this courtyard. So starting from the courtyard, we're building all around the courtyard the buildings. So the community recognizes this kind of building, blocks with accessories to protect the hard parts of modules from the sun, from extremely aggressive weather events, how to adapt to the characteristics of the soil, flexibility, the function of the houses and buildings. But why should we use a module? Well, this is something that maybe we already talked about, but our guests are very, very interested in this topic. They've developed this system that is extremely relevant and interesting. But yes, it stems from simple design, replicability, self-reliance when it comes to energy for the single module, and control and the economic control. So each module is christened, let's say, in a very specific way. There is a specific price which enables the client to have a full control on this economic viability of the project. Energy self-reliance. The idea is that each block conveys the ability to offer climate conditions within the building that are suitable for their use. So there are, for instance, the elements of local tradition, Pashkarga, for instance, the small vaults, double roof, other elements of the facade that protect the facade from direct exposure to the sun, or a green garden as an element for the project. So the natural, let's say, the elements that help cool the area, cool it down, and some skylights that are needed to process hot air. So these are elements that are needed because of climate and weather reasons. Then here you can see other elements and solutions for workshops, rooms, for instance, other spaces of the room of the school, and then modules for arches, modules for the garden that can be assembled in different ways, different combinations, different buildings, linear buildings, vaulted buildings. So this is a very simple system to adapt to the needs of the project. Principles of sustainability that can be broadened to the whole building. Here you can see Al-Fasher and Camilla. These are two projects. They are similar, but at the same time they're different. The common thread, the backbone, is this combination between empty spaces and built environment. Here you can see the entrance, the cafeteria, shared spaces, lodges, garden. So the space between the buildings, among the building, is as important as the building itself. These are the places where people carry out activities and create a community. The site is in the pipeline. Work started in 2023 in Al-Fasher. Here you can see the foundations. And we started the brickwork as well. March 2023, civil war in the country, 9 million people that are now refugees. Again, figures that are hard to imagine. In this case, the situation is very tragic. So currently, the construction site is on hold because they need permission to actually be able to arrive to the site. The starting point was creating a project that had a huge impact on local community. The words of Giancarlo De Carlo, our master. Beauty. When can we talk about beauty? When beauty is declined as utility, something with a purpose, and in this utility, in creating something with a purpose, we can create the outcome of the project, and the process itself, it's a process of construction and beauty. Thank you.
Thank you. And now let's continue with Professor Renato Capozzi. And I would like to thank him because he came from Naples today, so thank you very much. He was born in Naples in 1971, where he graduated in architecture with a thesis on architectural design in the eastern area of Naples. He worked for many years with Salvatore Bisogni, was internal student assistant and then collaborator. He was on various projects and research studies. In 2004, he obtained a PhD in architectural composition from the Iuav University in Venice. And he is a professor in urban design and he's the author of so many publications. It was not possible to select all of them to mention them. Good afternoon, everybody. I will try to speak within 30 minutes, but I would like to thank you for your invitation. Today, I would like to have a reflection on the meaning of module. So sometimes we speak about modules in the wrong way. This is a central matter for architecture. This is a topic that was dealt with by many important authors, starting from Vitruvius onwards. Vitruvius could not speak Greek. He translated in a bad way those theoretical reflections that were present at the time. He was an army person. He was not an architect, but we owe a lot to him. And indeed, he was the first one to talk about that in a certain way. So first of all, starting from a metaphor, which is the metaphor of the human body. It is a perennial condition in architecture. So human is conceived as a body. And indeed here, we can see Francesco, Giorgio Partini and others who have been dealing with Renaissance from Vitruvius descriptions. We've got a Vitruvian man, the man inside the circle and inside the square, that mimics the shapes and the size of architecture, as well as the general shapes of buildings. So churches started adopting these shapes. The first churches had elongated shapes because they wanted to reproduce the shape of the man. This process went on until Leonardo, who portrayed himself. He believes he was a good-looking man, and he was in actual facts. And he moves the center from the pubic area to the belly button area. I don't know whether you can see the pointer here, but you know where the belly button is. And he started doing this kind of pictures. This one is held at the Ambrosiana of Milan. So it is an extraordinary picture. And you can see the attempt. This is quite of an interesting drawing because the first two pictures are not centered. They do not have the same center. The square is the only perfect picture that was invented by humans, while the circle, as you know, is present in nature in lots of different events that we can observe, such as the shape of the belly of a pregnant woman. Everything recalls the circle, while the square has been processed by humans. So the circle is lowered as compared to the center of the circle, and this reflection goes on. I could mention lots of different scholars, but Argan makes a distinction between the module object, the module measure. So it is at the core of our reflection, but we don't have the time to tackle this topic, but it is quite clear. Module comes from modus, which means measure. As the robus, as modus in rebus, it means that there is a measure in things, or it means to be cautious, to be within a measure. So it is a moral thing. But this has got something to do with mathematics. There are different modules, such as static modules and dynamic modules. The static modules are connected to the discovery of rational numbers. Also here we could have a very long speech. I would make you definitely very bored, but what is important to understand that in mathematics it is important to understand whether measures can be compared one with the other or not, or if numbers can be divided or not. One one of those who tried to study this topic under a technical point of view is Euclides. So when he wrote his publication, The Elements, he studied lots of different possibilities to divide things in equal elements. It is a very fascinating yet difficult problems of mathematics. So sometimes it's not possible to divide things in the right way. So in the diagonal of the square, it doesn't necessarily correspond to the side. So 4 diagonal lines crossing with the other do not necessarily provide the symmetry the only square has. So this was investigated by different mathematicians such as Giga. He becomes the reflection of a famous architect that we know for this matter. And he goes back to Vitruvius, so on an anthropometric concept. Le Corbusier concept is the crisis between module in French, measure, and or, section d'or. So it is the attempt to put together an anthropometric condition, so taking measures from humans. What is the measure of a man when he is sitting down? What's the measure of a man standing up, and so on? And then there is a man growing up as well. But what is the mathematical rule of this metrical system or module measure applied by Le Corbusier? It is a measure of numerical successions of the decimals. So he wanted to search for the Aurean section. It is an irrational number. What's an irrational number? It means a number that can be obtained among whole numbers. Sorry, non-whole numbers. So when it is not possible to obtain such numbers, then it is called an irrational number. Le Corbusier believes in this utopy. He believes that it is possible to use numbers like these: 226, 113. And if you go to the Le Corbusier Foundation, they give you a specific meter, which is the meter he invented to measure things. And here there are also the modular, module 1, and so on. And then there is the Vitruvian man. He changed the position. He's got a hand up, but he was not right-winged in the architectures of Le Corbusier. Le Corbusier read Kika, so he knew this guy, an extraordinary mathematician, and he started thinking about how rabbits were breeding. So as you know, rabbits breed, also have inbred also do inbreeding. So they breed with their sisters, with their brothers. So there is not a rule, there is not a module, and this is a growing rule that is determined by this law. So we start from a couple which could be 0-1 or 1-1. The natural couple is 0-1, and you sum that couple, and the following number is the sum of the previous one. So if you want to study it, you can go on. But what is the particularity of the Fibonacci? It's not a series. Many people say the Fibonacci series, but a series follows other rules, but this one instead is never-ending, is endless. So The particularity of the Fibonacci succession is the following. When the succession grows up, it tends to reach the Aurean number. So if I do 1 divided 0, it's infinite. You cannot do that. So when I go on, 8 divided by 13 is very close to 116.03, which is the harmonic ratio. What does it change as compared to Le Corbusier? It's not a measure, but it's a module in the sense of the absolute mathematical way. So I can use whole prime numbers with no dimension to govern an harmonic relationship, to impose proportions to architecture. This is the epistemological phase reflection as compared to the Le Corbusier. You know, the Dean system, because practical people do not use indefinite conditions, decimal points, but they use whole numbers. Then the module is 120. I can apply to that module that thing, but the general relationships among modules is fixed, not under a dimensional point of view, but in an abstract way. And if we look at the project by Messier, I will talk about one, just to be short, we can read the whole succession of Fibonacci, totally, in full. So he uses all the relationships, and the same ratios, by analogy, are not the same numbers, but they are the whole numbers used by Pythagoras to define the music ratios. So there is a reductive narration used by the module in an abstract way, not in sense of metrics measure as compared to, you know, the arm, the foot, the inch, but there is a ratio which is dimensional. I mean, there was a big season about the Italian architecture and dimensions there. I'm not going to cover this topic. And I wrote this booklet about Mies, and I would like to talk about this space. The Mies space is incredible under this point of view. And why is that? Because if we use the modules, any type of module, a modular object, a module measure, an abstract module, we need to define elements. Without elements that make up a unit of space or a composition space, we cannot talk about a module. So module is something evanescent. Mies uses a catalog of elements that is well defined. So walls, they are not walls that do not support, or multi-shape elements that support in an architectural way. And they are gathered together in this picture. This is the house with a Braque drawing. There is not a problem of drawing, but there is a problem of ratios and proportions, which is given by this modular rule that is declared in the floor. There is nothing that is shifted from that size. And if something shifts from there, it shifts in considering the same size of the floor. These are the original drawings that Misman did for an extraordinary project, which is a building in Cuba. So he was the most famous architect of that time, together with Le Corbusier. And when he went to Cuba, he brought an assistant with him. He was very skilled, and he's the one in charge of drawing. So he speaks and the other one draws. So they had to build up the headquarters for this big company of liqueurs. I'm talking about Bacardi. Bacardi is what we drink nowadays. And we are in Cuba, so we need to protect ourselves from the sun. And it is important to build up a porch, an arcade. This is what they said. So what is his assistant doing? He draws a grid, the one on the top left. He starts including some pillars on the outline. He then goes in and he skips the corner pillars, so the corners are not present. And Mrs. got angry. He said, this is what Krobos would have done. His assistant was Goldsmith, Marion Goldsmith. He drew that grid, he put the pillars, except for the corners. But Mills said, this is what growers would have done. And Globus, in the same years, built up the American embassy in Athens, which is the same. There is a constant modularity on the whole perimeter, except for the corners. Under a conceptual point of view and constructive point of view, this is a mistake because that pillar, if you take it out without understanding according to what rhythm you are removing it, you are making a composition and construction mistake at the same time. So this poor guy, well, he said we had to reduce the pillars, we had to do a square. So we go back to the square, we go to the shape that contains a module. So the square represents the module, or it contains the module. So he said we had to reduce the pillars, and this guy started putting 2 pillars per side. And then he understood how it worked under a constructive point of view. That drawing, that prospect was the first one that his assistant did. So on the corner, there is no pillar, while the second one is the final prospect with just 2 pillars per side. And means, based on that, he does his drawing. So the whole heavy part of the drawing is by means. So there is the eagle in the center that says okay, and then there are the other elements, the trees and so on. And we could discuss that for plenty of time. Also the shape of the pillar becomes the object of a reflection, but we will need to talk for ages about that. Up to this solution, what does it happen? In 1962, Miss van der Loo migrated in America in 1938. He closed the Bauhaus. He was the last director of the Bauhaus. He closed it against the Nazis because they wanted to condition it. So he said, okay, let's shut everything down. He leaves, he goes to New York, he spends some time in New York, and then he goes to Chicago. He spends 30 years in the US. And when he was about to die, Berlin, the Council of Berlin, asked him to do a project. And they asked him to do a project with no price, no spending limits. Because for Berlin, having a work of its own child was something amazing. And he answered with a work that costed much less as compared to the work of any other architect. And he used the modular coordination. So thanks to modules, he created an absolute work that could be verified, checked, and within a range of proportions represented here in 3 different projects that make use of the same system. And I would like to say very quickly, so I've got a square, and this square is divided by 18 parts. 18, you know, if I say minus 5, what is it? What do I get? 13. And we go back to Fibonacci. So 5, 8, 13. The ratios between the side sections is the so-called Aurean section, only with the whole numbers. The module The main module is 120, and is the module that we use nowadays as well. So we go back to the human dimension. It doesn't disappear. It's the most rational module to let two people in with all the tolerances. This is another extraordinary division. It is an amazing drawing. I don't have the time to show it to you, but this is just to make you understand that the choice of a module, you know, earlier we talked about the standards, but standardization is nothing but a rule. Hume wrote a book that is called The Standard of Taste. He wants to regulate taste, and he uses standard. It is a way to give an order that doesn't limitate the expressiveness. But because there is that limit, it is possible to create an expressiveness. I'm almost done because I was supposed to talk for 20 minutes. But I would like to show you some pictures that I believe are important. When we investigate architecture, a way to do it is to draw it. So if I wanted to understand architecture, this applies to scholars, students, architects. Architects, if they wanted to understand architecture, they have to draw the famous architectures of our masters. Otherwise, they just want to show off. They become hybrid. Hybrid is a multiple word. It is something that is very popular. Hybrid means two things under an etymological point of view. Either hybridus, Latin, which means bastard. It means you don't know the nature, the origin, or hybridus, which comes from hubris. Which is conceit, haughtiness. Up to now, I've talked about what a module is. Modules are so important, and in technical production, we cannot make any mistake. So the perfect construction is up to the millimeter. So we cannot say 1.3 and that's it, maybe something more. Because if you're using metals, you know, you cannot do much about that. But there is also an expressive aspect in architecture. Also, when it makes use of modules or fixed rules that architects set. I mean, architects set rules for themselves. They knew technology, they knew metal technologies. But what is important is the expression as well. What's the expression? What's the meaning of architecture? What is the connotation behind that? There are two possibilities in language. The denotation and the connotation. The denotation is the thing as it is, and connotation is what this one could mean. So he does this drawing, the drawing that you see at the top, and at the beginning it was attributed to a different person. So they said this is a concert hall. Why did they say there was a concert hall? Because if you study the acoustic phenomena, you know that there is a problem of sound refraction. So there could be shapes like these ones that are formed, but this is not a concert hall. This is the first design that he did for the Gallery of Berlin that was demonstrated after many years, after an important exhibition. So this is a square, and we know that. So there is a clear rule about that, and it is a final rule. It is a square. There is also an hypothesis of how the square is being set. There is not even a scale, but this is the drawing. Many people are changing it and they put it according to the scale, but this is the actual drawing. And then there is a sort of sketch inside, which has got nothing modular inside. It's not regular, it's not modular. So modularity is a way to give order also in the production. But what is that sketch? Why did he do that sketch, even though he could draw in a very good way? Well, the interpretation is the following. This drawing talks about the denotation. It tells about the meaning of that building, because that building, regulated by modules, repetitions, and proportions, is the condition of the possibility of life. So life is implemented in architecture because architecture works as a fixed set, and it can only do that if it is perfect. Let's skip this building, the type and everything else, but I would like to show you this picture, and then I will conclude. I would like to show you a project, but there is not enough time. This picture is a picture that was made by me during the building site. The building was made in a very clear way, in a very accurate way. So the workshop did this big platform raised in many hours in a perfect way. It is perfect, simply perfect. Precision work. So the building was not over yet, and there was something that was not completed yet, but Miss decided to have this collage. That's not him, but there are some people in them, and he adds some marbles from Tino's. So what's this collage? So this collage is basically a depiction of the ratio among the architectures. Some architectures can build up a space or a wall inside of them, so they are so vast, 4.8 meters, it's something impressive, and therefore they build up an environment on their own, and they can really host life. If you do not believe me, I would like to show you this very last drawing. These are the models that he drew when he had to present the project. This is the colored project. There was nothing basically inside. There was no wood. There was no Tino's marble. That was before doing that. This is the construction, how it was being built up, how it was supported. Then the drawings by Augusto Romano Borelli, very beautiful. Then the whole sequence of Fibonacci. So this is the space that we can see nowadays, a space that makes a life possible, thanks to the standard. Thank you.
Sei un figo, Capozzi.
You're so cool, Capozzi. Let's have a coffee break. I mean, I believe that all students from Iuav should have attended this lecture, and then so see you in 5 minutes, and then we will continue our conference with Mr. Paci, who's just arrived. in Tehran in 1997. He moved to Milan, where he is currently based and works. During his artistic career, he had personal exhibitions in various international institutions such as Cucrarna, Ljubljana, Museum of Art in Haifa, Kunsthalle in Krems, National Gallery of the Arts in Tirana, Chiostro di Sant'Eustorgio in Milan, 2017, Museo Novecento in Florence, 2017, MAC, Montreal, the Pavilion of Contemporary Art, Jeu de Paume, National Gallery of Kosovo, Pristina, Kunsthaus in Zurich, the Bloomberg Space in London. I hope nobody got hurt. So in the Bloomberg Space London, Tel Aviv, Museum am Ostwall in Dortmund, MoMA, New York, Houston. Among collective exhibitions, the works of Father Empachi has been displayed at the 14th Biennale of Architecture Biennale in Venice 2014, 48th and 51st edition of the International Exhibition Biennale, at the 15th Biennale in Sydney 2006, and the 15th Quadriennale of Rome, where he won the first prize in 2008, Biennale in Lyon 2009, and 4th Biennale of Thessaloniki in 2013. His works can be found in important public and private collections, such as the Metropolitan Museum in New York or the MoMA in New York. Wow. The floor is yours. Good evening, good evening. This long and embarrassing list of things, a bit unuseful, but thank you for your invitation. While I was listening in awe, I would say those who preceded me, I was asking myself, what am I doing here? Obviously, I'm not an architect. I don't build houses. I am an artist, so I reflect on houses. I think about them. But again, as artists often do, I think through images and using my imagination as well. These images can be pictured and imagined in our head and mind, but they can be found and encountered in our lives and experiences, which is why I brought some pictures here. Pictures like a starting point, like this one. This is not one of my works. And then in the end, I will talk about a project where architecture is present, the way we dwell space, the neighborhood, and how we create relations within these places that we inhabit. So I've chosen to start with this image. This is the image of the statue. This is the time where, using the Valona ship, Albanian people were leaving Albania from Durazzo. 20,000 people, a very strong image. And this first image, what strikes us is the kid that is hanging there. So when I think about houses, I think about the idea that people escaping from that state. You feel like you're thrown in the world, and you start thinking you want to find a place that welcomes you, that embraces you. Let's continue with this flight. Let's say this ship full of people like this. And this is the arrival in Bari. of the Vallona ship. So these are starting points, right? Let's start from this. I think through images, I create images. As an artist, I also encounter images, and the images I encounter are perhaps even more important than the images I then build. This is a work of mine. House. The concept of house is present. Home to go. That there is this roof, the roof of the house, and the imagination of an upside down roof that it's not a roof that protects, but it's rather they are wings that help you fly away, but at the same time they are a burden as well that you have on your shoulders. So my reflection about houses is a reflection on the lacking of it. I believe that this is a crucial point of my work, my job, because starting from this, desire is produced, and then through desire leads us to act, and the work is that space of action to shape a desired image in the longing as well. So alongside sculpture, there were these photos. The sculpture is my body, but that past image, that was my body. But in these pictures, the subject, well, I am the subject. I was some years younger. Yes, I still had a hair, but this is a more performative dimension, this roof. We fight against it, or we try to lie down, or we want to push forward, or we feel this burden on our shoulders. Another work on the Reflection House is a series of pictures back home. That's the title. Here I take inspiration from a habit. I smiled when I thought about it. When my fellow friends, immigrants, they were like posing, striking a pose in a wonderful building of the city. They wanted people to take pictures of them, and they were sending those pictures home as a trophy to say, look, I've come, I've achieved this. I'm happy. I am in a new context, and I'm happy about it. What I've done through this work is basically I wanted to bring them home. I called them. I asked them, can I go and enter to your houses in Albania? So I took some pictures, and then I came back to Milan, my studio, and that's it. That's how I build houses. I basically paint them. So I built the image of their house as if it was seabed at the background of a studio, and I invited them to come to my studio and to take a picture before, their houses that were painted. So the house is present as an image, which highlights the lack thereof. Another work of mine where I built a little bit. This is a hut I called Pasolini Chapel, because inside I painted some scenes from two movies, Pier Paolo Pasolini, Gospel according to Matthew, and Mamma Roma. In the 80s, when I in the 90s, when I left Albania. The situation was changing. We were trying to leave behind the structured, ordered architectural of communist Albania. So in early 90s in Albania there were lots of kiosks that were coming up. People were selling things in these kiosks, had small commercial activities, and in this precarious dimension of the architecture, well, that was my inspiration, and I wanted to give it, this resemblance to a chapel. So a chapel is something religious, combining it with the vision, a sacred vision that that we can find in Pasolini's works and movies. It is very strong, sacred and precarious. Another topic, a thought-provoking one, is how can we use architecture to leave behind a sense of vulnerability, of feeling like we're thrown outside in the world, and going from this to an architecture that protects us, protects you, and gives you the possibility to have an evolving status. Architecture shouldn't be a cage for those who dwell in it. So these precarious structures had something light in them, poetic almost. This is a performance, another moment of reflection, dwelling the space through gestures, presences, that at the same time it's public space, right? There are elements that belong to the intimate sphere as well. In the south, for instance, in the south of Italy, there are elderly. The elderly take their chair from inside their homes. They took it outside, placed it in the street, and they stay there chatting with each other. So this chair taken from the house and taken outside, so it was almost intimate. A way to make the public space an intimate one. Another element that fuels this work is the shaking hands, the handshaking, a very easy one, an easy action. We do it every day in our lives, but there are some rituals associated with it, for instance, funerals, weddings, and then when there is an agreement that is reached, the end of a conflict. So it's a very ancient action that has been with us for a long time. There were sculptures, for instance, ancient works of art showing people that were shaking hands. There was a break with COVID. We stopped our handshaking for a while, but today we've come back to do that again. So this is a performance for this action. So in this square, I put a chair. There was an empty square in Sicily. I go out from the central door of the building that is behind me, and I'm sitting there alone, and then after a while I stand up, and from the corner on the right side of the square there is this group of people that come closer to me. We shake hands, so together we activate this. Obviously, I am not there as the artist to be celebrated, but I am the person who celebrates handshaking alongside each one of the people who gets closer to me and shakes my hand. So this is, in a nutshell, what I imagined when I thought about this performance. This is the true, let's say, square full of people. There were 700 people participating in this sort of ritual where, again, handshaking was being celebrated. Another work of mine concerning the way we dwell space. So, in this transitional phase, in this in-between, we've seen at the beginning ships full of people. So from that thought, maybe my other work stemmed from it. I imagined, I saw some empty staircases in Frankfurt airport. There was a connection. I had a connection there with San Francisco. These staircases were empty, but then I imagined them like full of people, but with no plane. This work became a video and then became photography. So I thought to highlight this structure, there is a tension, departure, but there isn't an arrival yet. Here again, this work of mine was displayed at the Biennale of Architecture here in Venice. It's another element of architecture that completes itself through the journey, through transit. It's a meeting again, not with an image, but with a story. I worked for a long time as in renovation and restoration activities. I hanged out with my friend, a friend of mine. He told me that he was working on an ancient castle that was bought again by a new buyer, and the person found out that in the past there was a neo-Baroque style of fountain that was later sold. So with this restoration, they were seeking to rebuild a marble replica of this fountain. They wanted someone to do this, and they were looking for people, and some of them said, look, you should go to China. There's great marble, great craftsmen, and they cost very little. They're very fast because they can sculpt marble during their transit, during their journey, while they're on the ship. And I was speechless. I said, look, it's something completely wrong, but at the same time, it's something amazing, because I imagined this statue, Westernish statue, that was a mold in China and then came back as an artifact in Europe during this absurd journey. And it was being created there in the ocean on the ship. I carried out some assessments of my own. I did not find ships that were able to craft marble sculptures, but there are, for instance, ships that are involved in the garment industry. For instance, they start with fabric, and then when they arrive, this fabric was turned into garment. I was invited by Jus de Pomme in Paris. They told me, do you have a new project? I said, yes, this one. Rather than going to China, create it and change it, I thought about a column. I wanted a very simple object, shape-wise, but also a symbol of stability, of standing up, of power. So I went there, I took this huge block of marble, and I started my journey. In most part of the journey, we see that this marble block is being destroyed. And then at the end, we can see that the marble becomes this column, neoclassical Corinthian style. Here we're in Paris. There you can see Jeu de Paume. That's where it was displayed alongside the video that tells the whole process, but it does not document, so it's not a documentary, it's just a video that seeks to answer and tell through images the movement, the sort of intuition and tension I talked to you about at the beginning. The poetic idea, wonderful, but then the tension of labor exploitation because the time for production would be the same of transportation, of delivery time as well. Another slide. This is another work I carried out in city life in Milan. I was asked to imagine a sculpture, and there I understood that this context, the three towers, a symbol of architecture, they dominate space, but then there's also a green part, the garden. So I wanted to play with these two elements in opposition to each other. So it's a sort of futurism there, and I wanted to play with a very simple, basic structure, small house. It seems a chapel, once again, roofless. When I traveled, every time I traveled, especially in southern part of Italy, I was very appealed by these rural housing. There was, for instance, no roof, and so plants were coming out from what once used to be a house, and they were filling this void, the void that was left by the roof. That's why I said, okay, I would like to plant some fruit plants and trees. These plants can be found in Scutari, Albania. That's my hometown. They also have symbolic values. For instance, we can find a grenade, tree, a fig. It's a cement with colored layers. It's a pomegranate, fig, and these lines, these stripes that you can see can be found, for instance, in Etruscan art as well. But there is this brutalist element that is cement, concrete. So that's it. As far as my works are concerned, I would like to talk to you about a project, my house. It's about architecture, but I am the client, not the architect. So this used to be my house when I left Albania. Well, some years after. So in front of it, they tore down in the neighborhood where I grew up. There were 2-story houses, courtyard, garden, flowers, some fruit trees, and they tore down these houses to build blocks of apartment buildings. So that's what I found in front of my house, right? So a 9-story house. and apartment blocks, and the builder wanted to continue building. He wanted, for instance, to buy my home. I did not accept it. I was really bothered by it. You know, the house needed renovation. I grew up with my mom, and my mom was always fixing something in this house because the house needed to be fixed. And so I dreamt about a day where I'll be able to fix everything. So the time had come, but this palace, this apartment building right in front of my house was hindering the process, so we needed a more radical intervention. So I talked with Filippo Taidelli, architect, a friend of mine from Milan, and we laid out a project. So the idea was not having a villa, a mansion for my Albanian holidays, but rather a project in which housing, art, local dimension, international dimension could live together. So we decided to give our back to the apartment building. I had to tear down the house as it was, and that's how I started this project. It's a new house. Then it grew again. So the picture is taken from the apartment building in front of it. You can see the ancient house of the family, an Ottoman style with these irregular windows. So we wanted the same, more or less the same features for the windows that were overlooking the streets. And then inside there is this opening, this dimension of opening, because the in-between space is important. The in-between space was inhabited by people. Here you can see the house has two wings. So there is an area for living and another for public, for art. So we inaugurated this space with an exhibition, and that's inauguration day, the day of the inauguration. The house was literally invaded by people and visitors. There were some follow-up activities, presentations, workshops. So this is a project where I was involved not as an architect, but I had to deal with architecture not just through a poetic reflection, but as a real thing. And I created that this is a house, but at the same time it's a place for meeting, for exchange, for culture, exchange among international and local artists, local people, visitors. It's a place where you can experience art, and what's most important, it's opening. It's a space based on a dimension of opening. It's a vibrant space. It's a private house, but it's open for public use as well. It's a house that was built for a reason that is strictly related to local dynamics of that place, but at the same time it has an international projection. It's a house that lives these different vibes with some tension, internal tensions as well. These are not perfect measures. Sometimes there is friction, there are rifts, but this project has been going on for 10 years. So the 10th anniversary was celebrated this year, and hopefully we can continue a little bit more. Thank you.
Grazie. Questa mattina abbiamo citato più volte il
Thank you. Today we mentioned the Renaissance plenty of times, and I was thinking about a sonnet about the intellect, so it is a sonnet about Michelangelo. Well, going on with our speakers, in the construction of today's session, we asked ourselves, we designed the space of houses, the materials, the dimensions, but what's in the mind of those who live in these houses? So our next speaker is Mr. Enrico Conte, a clinical psychologist with practices in Venice and Mestre, and has 16 years of experience working with people on a daily basis. His expertise spans multiple sectors, ranging from private clinical practice to occupational psychology. He's been very active in the social sector as well, working in therapeutical communities for addictions and centers for children with disabilities, gaining a 360-degree view of psychological processes, and he will talk about them. Enrico Conte, the floor is yours. Good evening, everybody. Well, if you're tired, I will kill you, because the psychological language is quite difficult to digest. And no, jokes apart, I felt like an outsider, but I admire your competencies. And I was very glad to receive this invitation. At the beginning, I was a little bit puzzled. I didn't know what kind of added value I could give, but then I said, well, the discipline that I choose, psychology, talks about everything, but it is also true that everything gives inputs for psychology. So any competence, any discipline can be connected to psychology. So I will be a little bit shorter, because I will be quite dense in the content. I use quite of a special language, but I'll do it for you. So maybe a stronger coffee, but short. So today I would like to propose a reflection that starts from a dialogue that seems to be quite far away from my discipline. That is the philosophy of Martin Heidegger and the evolution of contemporary architecture. So in this debate, constructing, dwelling, thinking, hides one of the main keys of the contemporary psychology, especially what concerns anxiety, safety, and fragility of the identity. Heidegger in 1951 said that the real crisis is not the lack of dwells, but the loss of the understanding of the essential, the authentic essence of dwelling. So it's not having just a roof on your head, but being authentically on the earth, protecting things in their essence. So transferring this concept from the psychological to the from the philosophy to psychology, authentic dwelling and being in the world, and its loss is translated in its emotional instability. So architecture as art to shape forms for life becomes a metaphor for the research of an interior form. So this is my connection. So the first reflection that I would like to make, based on the current topics that we have, the text that was sent by Camilla is a reflection on the lost nest. So living, dwelling as a primary need and a container for emotions, because the historical origin of the dwelling is strictly connected to having a stable dwell to avoid being a nomad. So this need is the need to have a safe place where to start from and coming back. And then there is the concept of psychological nest and attachment. In the psychology of development, this need is translated in the primary importance of attachment. So house dwelling is not just a physical shelter, but it is the extension of yourself. The first and fundamental emotional container that we all have that responds to our primary need for safety. If for a child a house is a place where where they can develop, where they can shelter, when this nest is emotionally solid and foreseeable, and it is safe, we know that child will become independent and will explore the world. So the house is fundamental for the structure of our personality. When we feel safe, when we have the feeling of a stable dwelling, then we can explore the world with curiosity and safety. And for adults, the house as a shelter plays a fundamental role, because the lack of a safe port produces anxiety, also generalized anxiety. So if I do not feel safe in a place, then the external world is perceived as a threatening and unforeseeable world. So the authentic dwelling for Heidegger is the ability to be in a space in which I should not be defended constantly. If this is not possible, there is anxiety, such as defense against the outsiders that are considered as hostile. So the crisis of dwelling is the crisis of our capacity to feel safe in ourselves. Then there is another interesting input that I was reading. I was trying to find a bridge with my subject, is the crisis of the canon, the architecture, liquid identity, and specularization. We talk about the crisis of canon in the contemporary architecture. Unlike classical eras, which were based on fixed rules of proportion and harmony, today we are witnesses and renunciation of fixed rules in favor of formal exploration, experimentation, the creation of iconic buildings that tend towards spectacularization. And this is reflected in the contemporary psyche, because if architecture abandons the fixed rules of construction, so we may ask ourselves what are the social, cultural, and value canons that guide the construction of personal identity today. Ours has been defined as the liquid society characterized by a rapid obsolescence of values, relationships, and belonging. The lack of fixed and shared rules of construction can contribute massively to a sense of disorientation, profound uncertainty about identity. So in architecture, the wall is not a bearing wall anymore. So identity in the world of psychology is no longer supported by stable value systems. So the individual is forced to constantly rebuild their inner home on shifting foundations. And then there is the aspect of iconic and fragility, the iconic building, which seeks to stand out and capture global attention through spectacularization, offers an extraordinary metaphor for our culture of self-branding and social media. The ego desperately seeks external validation, likes, visibility in a continuous performance. But what lies behind this spectacular and glossy facade? There is the opposite of Heidegger's authentic dwelling, which is a quiet and inner letting be. Instead, iconicity and exhibitionisms mask a deeper inner fragility, a self that finding no stability within itself desperately seeks the outside in the approval of others. And then the concept of alienation in seriality. So the hypothesis of the city built in series and in modules raises the problem of alienation. This is a risk because the industrial module promises efficiency and speed, but at what psychological cost? Because being part of a standardized system risks nullifying individuality, homogenizing experience. I remember that I studied psychology of the groups at university. It was about a continuous dialogue that is inside ourselves between the need and the feeling of safety given by homologation. So you feel in a group, you feel that you belong to a group, to a circle of people. But then these clashes with the need for individuality that we all have, especially when we are teenagers. This is a contrast that becomes very strong. This is why there are so many problems in this age range. On one hand, we feel that we have to belong to a group, and on the other hand, our personality needs to make us understand who we are. So the need to feel recognizable and unique clashes with being indistinguishable in a standardized environment, and the result can be a sense of de-individualization where the self struggles to delineate its own form. To quote the final question of the text that you sent me. And then there is another concept that is interesting that you proposed, is permanence versus change, resilience as a new way of living. Is the debate that concludes with a fundamental contrast. The Western view of permanence, the monument, the house passed down from father to son, immutability, versus the Eastern or Japanese view of changeability, short duration, and the ease of dismantling and replacing components. So rigid attachment to monument. This opposition is at the heart of the psychological challenge in managing anxiety. So anxiety is a resistance to change. So the rigid attachment to the monument that we wish would never collapse creates problems. We try to build up ourselves in a solid way, but life keeps on changing. So getting attached to the monument and our identity makes us fragile. And when the monument collapses, the damage is catastrophic. Flexibility of change and resilience, the instant view, which values sustainability, replacement, and reassembly, offers the psychological model of resilience. The ability to disassemble and replace components does not mean giving up one's values, but developing the flexibility and the adaptability necessary to remain whole despite changing circumstances. There is a key concept, which is the true security does not lie in not changing, but in trusting in one's ability to manage change. And this is the new psychological dwelling, a dynamic dwelling that integrates the need for roots, the inner nest, with the need for flexibility, the acceptance of change. And here I would like to make a digression, talking about my personal experience and my clinical cases, because it is important that we are safe to live in something, but we don't have to be safe in living in something static. but we have to be safe because we can manage a change. I would like to make an example which is off topic, but I was looking after patients getting ready for their wedding. So I saw that they wanted to be in control of everything, and I cannot say to my patients, everything will be good, everything will be perfect, it will be sunny, the priest will get up on time, your grandfather will not do anything embarrassing. Well, jokes apart, safety doesn't lie in searching immutability, but safety lays in managing what happens. So there could be a child who makes lots of noise, and we can ask people to take him out to play, or there could be the catering service that could be a little bit late. So, you know, the real safety doesn't lie in not changing, but in the trust of being able to manage change. So this is a key concept. By the way, talking about these aspects, there is the concept of inhabiting the body and the present. So the reflection on mutability extends to the concept of inhabiting one's own body and one's own present experience. The body changes, ages, and becomes ill, yet it is the only home we have for our entire lives. At the moment, we can see lots of mindfulness-based therapies, acceptance therapies, and they are very trendy. They push us to stop striving for a monumental and immutable self and to inhabit experience as it is, moment by moment. So the question that I would like to say and to ask as a conclusion is what form should be outlined in the construction of the dwelling. If we translate the dwelling into identity or psyche, the answer is complex but fascinating. The form of authentic dwelling today is not that of a rigid monument or a spectacular icon. It is the form of an inner nest that is both rooted and flexible. So this is the challenge. There is not a perfect pathway, as we said, but we need an inner safety and learn resilience. It is a place where the self feels safe, but which is constructed with such wisdom that its components can be replaced, and this is the concept of resilience without its foundations being undermined. So it is finding a balance between the permanence of values and the acceptance of change. This is the real work of psychologists in the age of today, so to help individuals to inhabit this inner home, being flexible, secure, and in continuous evolution. I have concluded, but what I would like to highlight, these are the things that I prepared. I'm not an architect, but I am here, and I had to speak about certain interesting topics. And today, I decided to add a couple of reflections also concerning architecture and my science as well. So, for example, one of the difficulties, because I talk about mindfulness quite often, and learning to inhabiting yourself. So the main difficulty nowadays is to protect your home from external noises. So I do not want to preach, I've got a smartphone, I've got a tablet, there are notifications, I've got Netflix and so on, but in a house we need peace as well, we need to rest. So the most efficient vacuum cleaner of our house is silence, because we can clean up everything that we have experienced during the day. So I wanted to say that we have to be careful to a society that bombs us with inputs, with stimuli. And then continuing with the metaphor with a dwelling house, well, it is just like a dwelling with a sliding door, with an open door where people look at it inside. So it's good to host people in our house, but sometimes it is quite nice to close our doors, to be with ourselves. So we have to be the ones who have to manage external noises and find the right timings, setting methods and times to close ourselves inside, so that when we get out of our house, we are more motivated. So careful to the external noises, and we should not leave the door of our house open all the times, perceived as a metaphor of ourselves. So nowadays, if I'm not answering to a person, it means that I'm not communicating. But I am 47 years old. I remember when I was calling people, asking whether there was somebody, or I was going out with a person. I felt good, and I kept these emotions in, and I wanted to grow up with these emotions. But nowadays, we are always communicating well with the other. So if you send me a WhatsApp and I'm not answering, I am communicating something. I am communicating that I cannot answer, because nowadays we are all connected all the time, and we may close the door of our house. We need to open it up with freshness, with energy. This is good for us. Well, probably that was a digression, but anyway, I have concluded my speech. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Enrico Conte. I thought that everybody knew you, and I didn't even mention your name. A house is the place where I am. This is very beautiful. Thank you. And welcoming the invitation of Enrico Conte, we had to search for silence in the house. So we would like to conclude this symposium designed by architects with a musician, Francesco Piovan. He's an Italian sound designer and musician specializing in the creation of immersive soundscapes and evocative soundtracks. His research combines the technology and artistic sensibility, exploring the connections between sound, emotion, and perception. Active in electronic music, ambient, and sound design for media, Piovan creates acoustic experiences that blend aesthetics, experimentation, and introspection. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Buonasera a tutti.
Good evening, everybody. I am very glad and feeling emotional to be here. And I'm glad about this invitation. Before starting my speech, I would like to thank the ST Group, Professor Cremascoli, Dr. Cremascoli, Mr. Cremascoli, and Professor Camilla Donantoni. So I'm feeling a little bit of a, clashed, because what I heard before clashes with what I'm going to say now. It's quite weird for me to be here, because normally I climb on the 3 steps that separate, that take me to the stage. So right now I would prefer playing music rather than speaking. But in this week, while I was working on my soundtrack, I focus my attention on silence, the silence of our house. But before talking about silence, it's important to clarify concepts such as music that passes through noise and that reaches silence. It makes us smile when there is somebody who says, I do not really understand anything of music, but I like this piece, or I do not understand anything of music, but I don't like this piece. In short, we don't have to be musicians to understand the music. Music is easy to understand. Music is divided into two big macro areas. The area of consonances, of harmonies, melodies, something that plays in a smooth way to our ears, and the area of dissonances. Beethoven used dissonances to create tension in his pieces. Dissonance is something that is unpleasant to our ear. It is a noise. It is a noise that could create an echo inside of us, just like silence in any case. In some cases, I would like to start from a personal experience. I do not remember what tour I was in, but I was in a recording studio, and after 8 hours in succession of headsets and sounds in my ears, I decided that it was the moment for a break, because I wanted to clean up my ears from all of these sounds, and I was searching for silence desperately. So I got out of this studio, and I realized that silence did not exist. There was a bird singing, a tractor that was plowing the earth in front of me. I could hear the noise of the electricity of the high voltage near me, and basically I realized that noise is nothing but a sound with irregular waves reaching our ears. We call it noise, but it is a sound, and even though irregular, all of these noises were following a specific time. So starting from there, I decided that dissonances and noises were going to be my soundtrack. Now, let's talk about the silence. Let's focus on silence. So there is no absolute physical silence, because in the air there are micro vibrations, and I will make you hear that. So our body, if we listen to it thoroughly, it produces noise. Let's think about the blood circulation, breathing, heartbeat. Even if we get into a nickel-free room, you can feel, you can listen to our body, you can hear our heart, and you can hear our blood flowing. So the absolute silence will be possible only in the total emptiness and with an impossible observer, without a body, without internal noises. But careful, because the silence has got another nuance as well. There is the perceptive silence as well, and it exists when we do not perceive noises, even though they are physically there. And it is a psychological silence, it is an inner silence. Try to listen to your silence. It makes a noise, it makes lots of noise. Let's move to noise as an artistic or symbolic concept in music or in philosophy. Silence is an expressive condition. It can be a pose, a space, a frame of the sound. John Cage is a very famous composition visionary, and he composed a piece of 4 minutes and 33 seconds, and it is called 4 minutes and 33 seconds. He shows that the silence silence is not something void, but it is something that happens when nothing is played. So to sum up, physically speaking, silence doesn't exist. Under a perceptual point of view, yes, and physically speaking and artistically speaking, it is part of the sound. It is not its absence. Now, before getting into the silence of a house, I just wanted you to listen to something. After my long career as a musician, I decided to purchase this device, and it spoiled my life because starting from here, I started listening to everything that was happening around me. I was listening to life. I was listening to life and understanding, discovering that it had an amazing soundtrack. If I listen to silence, silence has got this sound.
Rumoraccio, 50 Hz.
50 hertz noise, but if I take this sound and I synthesize it, this is the device that helps us synthesize the sound, and this could be more melodic than a piano note. These are the very same 50 hertz. So we turned a sound that was apparently unpleasant for our ears into a pleasant one. Circling back to the silence of our houses, it's never a true silence. It's a sort of breath, a echo of lost presences, a thin dialogue between walls that listened more, many times, lots of things, more than they could ever talk of. And every house keeps a different silence. The lighter one in the morning when the light slips on the floor, seems asking for permission. The heavier one of the night, when every shadow has a weight and every room becomes a small universe. In the silence of an empty house, there are the noises of those who are no longer with us, of those who filled the rooms, of people laughing, and this all left to shape in the era. It's a silence that embraces, but it's also a silence that questions us. Who are we when we shut down the door and we are alone, when nobody looks at us? What is left of us when we shut the door and we are alone with our thoughts? Well, the silence of houses is not just nostalgia. It could be a promise. It's the space before a new beginning, a comeback, the possibility of filling again those very rooms with voices, music, life. Every house in its silence paves the way for what is yet to come. It teaches us a different rhythm, a slower one, a more careful one. It invites us to listen what we usually neglect, the irregular tick of objects, memories, our own feelings. In the silence of houses, we recognize ourselves with no distractions, no masks, and no noise. And maybe, at the end of the day, that's its gift, reminding us that calm is not absence, but deep presence. Silence is not void and empty, but it's rather space, as it was said before. And everything and house, when it is silent, it is simply waiting for someone else to fill it again of meaning. I made a small soundtrack. It lasts 6 minutes. It could be the soundtrack of everybody, of our daily lives. I will play it and then I will explain little by little the soundtrack.
Questi sono i milioni.
These are the millions of noises that enter our ears every day. We neglect them. Still, if you pay attention to it, there is a rhythm in their irregular nature. We can find a rhythm.
Nel traffico.
We are in the traffic jam.
Questa è la colonna sonora della vita.
This is the soundtrack of life. Let's think about a working day. We come back home, we're tired, and we get on our car. We arrive home. The window closes, door closes. The way we walk follows a rhythm. Keys as well. Door timed. We take off our jacket and coat. We leave the keys there, and well, we need a shower. We can feel the water of the shower beforehand. I turned off the lights. We are living our house. This is a very well-known noise. It has a reason. It's something that embraces us. It's an unpleasant noise. I turn off the lights. Be careful. I am no longer wearing shoes. So the noise of my steps has changed. I go to the kitchen. Maybe I had to clean yesterday's dishes. Listen to this.
Aziono la lavatrice.
Dishwasher.
E adesso è il momento di rilassare.
Now it's time to relax.
Cosa c'è di meglio di...
What's better than a cup of coffee? Coffee being poured in a cup. I go towards my living room, and why not play vinyl? I wrote this music with a minor melody to evoke with a minor, and these are just the noises we've just heard, but in time. Listen to it. The keys, the drop of coffee that marks our time, the door became drum. Be careful. This shower is a strong rhythm. Enters, goes out in this harmony. the final drop of coffee on point, sorry. Thank you. So I would like to leave you with the last track. I made it by chance, randomly. I thought about the intimate nature of the house. The very same day, Professor Donantoni told me, I need you, give me something, and I told her, I made this, it's unreleased, so I'm sending you this. As Professor Conte was saying just a while ago, mindfulness, that's the word, right? Well, it's no coincidence that I made this music. It's 528 hertz. Standard is 440. This is the frequency of everything we listen to. So in this circuit, these frequencies has specific qualities. The well-being, love, personal balance. In the silence of the house, there are some steps. They are noiseless, shadows that breathe. As if there were animals that were sleeping. In the walls, there are words that haven't been said or that have been said, and every corner keeps a memory. The light slips down the corridors. Everything slows down in the silence of houses. There is something, we listen to something that usually we neglect, the beating of thoughts, the visible voice of things which stay. So in this track, there is a piano, but then background, you can find one of, again, this terrible device ruined my life. So this is one of the 86 types of rain that I recorded in past years. Thank you.
Io vi saluto.
This is the end of my presentation. Good, so let's end these two marathons. First of all, before giving the floor to Camilla for closure, I would like to thank Triennale of Milan, Stefano Boeri, Zucchi, Faccini, Luca Trevisani, Camilla Chamorro, who was here with us today, Bastoli, Sylvain Belagie, Emanuele Monbella, and today's guests, Alessandro Raffa, Francesca Iovene, Pedro Cabrita Reis, Gonzalo Virne, Valentina Castaldini, Simone Spriso, Renato Capozzi, Andrea Impacci, Enrico Conte, and Francesco Piovan. I would like to thank once again José Teixeira. Thank you very much for everything. And I would like to thank Camilla Donantoni. She was able to combine all of this in these two parts that we had. Congratulations.
Grazie.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you to those who told us stories today, to those who were here with us today, those who found time to question, to think about new questions. So these past interventions this afternoon paved the way for new questions. Starting from the last speech, I took lots of notes. Silence is not void, it's space. And then Architect Sfriso and his intervention, Dr. and Ms. Castaldini. So the in-between spaces, those empty spaces in the middle, actually, this is where life happens. So maybe this could be a new reflection for a future roadshow. I would like to thank Master Paci as well, the in-between. I have lots of notes. I had run out of paper. So thank you once again. I would like to thank everybody. And I would like to leave you with a question. I'm still in it from Francesco Piovan. Who are we when nobody's looking at us? Thank you.